Okay.
J43R underscore was first.
J43R underscore? They're never first. How did this happen? It's a first. Why did I get an official DM from Team Discord? Update to server boosting. Okay. Thanks, official Discord. Little late on that one. Yo, Dr. Copy. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Okay. Ba. Nya nya raid. Why nya nya? All right. Open this up. Open Borderless Gaming. Be careful. You'll invite the meows. Hello. What up, Ashan? What up, Inori? What up, Nonimba? Okay. Open that. Open Sekiro. Hi. What up, Layla? Yo, what up, Morp? See? These are what we're worried about. Emote combo thingy went out of mod view. Oh. I still, what does that do? Does it put it on the screen for everyone? Oh, rated. It was Dr. Copy. Okay. Little bit of... Man, the thing is, like... Everything's got to go so well for us to get a PB. All right, I'm going to do all of Harada 2. Back to back. It's like YouTube stuff, I guess. Oh, YouTube stuff. Good. Frames? Frames? Don't lag, game. Didn't I send you a link about it with images? Maybe. I might have not understood it and went, huh. Okay, I don't get it. And then here I am asking about it again because I didn't get it. Oh, that was a partial. But that works. We would take that. All right, and I would need the healing gourd. Okay. Perfect. Right after this is the Lone Shadow 2. I could honestly practice from here all the way through Demon. Is kind of like the entire trouble spot. So doing it all back to back, like you got to remember how to do it after the previous thing. Honestly, sounds like not a bad idea. Only got one run yesterday, right? One completed. I mean, we attempted like 10 plus times, but not a lot of runs were completing because I was choosing to reset instead of do no resets. But yes, we only got one fully completed start to finish run, I believe. Which unfortunately is just kind of how it's going to be if we're trying to really PV instead of just practice. Okay, that was pretty nice. Okay. What happened at the end? The stream suddenly ended? My internet cut out. Yeah, the stream suddenly ended because my internet just died. When it comes back up, Twitch has a way to automatically start back up, but YouTube doesn't. And I was like just concerned about that and just worried about it crashing again, so I just kind of fully ended stream like 20-30 minutes later. It is unfortunate, but I do not have access to any good internet where I live. I am forced to use Comcast, who is a bad internet provider. And I'm forced to do a plan that only has an upload speed of 10, which is barely enough for streaming. Like, the amount that I upload at is 6. Megabytes per second, or whatever it is, whatever the unit is that you use for things, and my total upload is 10. So I'm using over half, and like if that upload drops a bit, it's like we're dropping frames. It's awful, but I have no other options. Bits or bytes? I don't know, whatever they're normally measured in. Whatever the standard for internet is. Because everything always uses the same unit. I just don't remember what the unit is. But it's whatever the unit is that everything uses. Megabyte. There you go. It's at 10 megabytes per second. 10 isn't the worst, but your main problem is when it drops for a bit. I mean, 10 is pretty bad. Like, 10 is not good. We definitely could have better than 10. It's pretty bad. Yo, Mommy Emma, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. What made you come back to this category? The new record was set just a few days ago. Yeah, so I came back to the category before the new record was set. I came back to it for Summer Games Done Quick. I will be showcasing this category. It's one of the several categories that I submitted to Games Done Quick and let them decide what category they wanted me to run, what category they wanted to see, and they picked this one, so right? And then continue because I'm practicing this whole thing. That was definitely not what we wanted to see from Ishin, but we made it through. Yare! What day am I doing the run? July 6th. Finally finished Elden Ring base game. Nice. Glitchless does mean no air swim. Yes, it is. It is no glitches. Or basically no glitches except for the few that are deemed allowed by the community for various reasons. But it's very, very few glitches. Only get to play on July 4th. Well, they probably started after July 4th, kind of for that reason. Because you want to, you know, not do it on a holiday that everyone's going to be preoccupied with other things. This is Sekiro. Most bosses, mostly glitchless. Yep. Exactly as it should be. Nice. Height dift. Oh. And the exact move that you can't really deal with because I wasn't already running towards him or running away. Oh boy. Yep. Yep, demon. All right, let's pretend like I have to make this up in a run scenario. You can stop at some point. Height dift again. And so, of course, he once again goes out of this. Okay. Made up. And then I would do this. And then I would go to Orin. After enhancing my attack power. Okay. No real reason to practice the very end, though, I think. Alright, send that whole sequence a few more times. Yo, what up, Arceus? Weird that he lived, but it's fine. I guess I probably got a partial, either that or he blocked. I don't think he blocked, though. Maybe I wasn't paying enough attention. Maybe he did. You doing a full run tonight? Yeah, same as every night. Try to take over the world. Ah, the lone shadow got down a little too quick. Oh, got him though. Barely. Okay. How hard is it to attempt world record? Is your strat too different from world record strat? Yes, it is too different. My current strats could not get world record. My current strats could not get close to world record. And how hard is going for world record? It's literally the hardest thing possible. Because you're competing with everyone else that has ever attempted it. It is effectively impossible to be harder than going for a world record. And especially in a category like this, a lot of people have put in a lot of hours into it. Double canyon? Yep, double canyon would be pretty much required. Yo, what up, Night Elf? Kuro's room. Oh, no way! You didn't get firecrackered? Okay. Oh, and that traded? Oh. But I still somehow have enough emblems because it traded. Oh, no! I was in the death blow animation! What's different in strats between you and world record? If it's okay to ask, yeah, definitely okay to ask. But I can't really summarize it in a short way. It's basically like, so for example, on this boss, I'll give you a few examples because it's kind of everywhere. On this particular boss, I'm using the Tonto before fighting the Lone Shadow duo. This gets me an extra 2 mortal draws to work with to potentially defeat them, whereas in World Record, you have to get them in exactly the minimum number of mortal draws, otherwise you reset the run. So that time, it went well on the first one, but oh, I just got kicked, and so World Record would already be gone. One thing happened, and World Record is already completely out of reach. I had to do an extra mortal draw there, so World Record wouldn't have had the emblems for that, so World Record would be doubly gone. It's effectively just, like, the World Record strats are assume everything is going to go perfect, because if anything doesn't go perfect, you weren't going to get the World Record anyway. So there's no reason to use a Tonto there, which both literally... Oops. I was supposed to just keep going from there. Oh, well. Which both literally waste the time of the Tonto, which is only like 1 second, but that's still 1 second you're not getting back. As well as making it so that I have to rest later because you can only use Tonto 3 times before it won't let you use it until you rest again. And we need that Tonto use later, so I have to rest again for it. So, but, you know, it makes it so that I can win through that fight like 90% of the time, whereas at World Record level strats, you get through that fight successfully half the time? I don't know. I don't know what a good estimate is for it, but, you know... The difference between making it through that half the time and 90% of the time is a very big difference in terms of finishing runs. And then you put that over, like, you know, 20 different bosses where I've got a 90% chance of getting through the boss and they've got a 50% chance of getting through the boss. And it's like, wait, the chances of them even finishing a run are, like, astronomically small. It's like, yep, that's how it is. But yeah, that's basically the thing, is like, in so many places, I just am taking, you know, a couple seconds, just literally a couple seconds to make it much more likely I get through the fight. But if you take a couple seconds in like 20 different fights, that adds up to multiple minutes that I'm losing. I didn't jump towards him, so I got partials. My bad. Now, there's also the case of, like, if you practice so much that you know every single possible variation in an RNG, maybe for a world record holder it isn't a 50% chance to get through. Maybe they get it back up to like a 70% chance to get through. So I've got a 90% with my easy strat, they've got a 70% with their hard strat, but I'd only have a 50% if I did the hard strat because, you know, I wouldn't know the backups on backups on backups. And so it's like, you know, they can get it in somewhat a reasonable time of grinding it out, and it would take me, like, the age of the universe to grind it out. Unless I, you know, went and practiced and learned all the strats that they do. Ah, he was one hit away. I don't think it's that bad for sure at any percent because that one's really fast. Yeah. Look, yeah. I'm talking specifically for this category where there are 50 bosses. You know, it's like all the time saves add up so much. Something like Ashura Glitchless, yeah. If you reset, even you reset on the final boss, like that's still not that bad. Whereas having to reset in this category is like, you're losing so much time. Nice. Good backup for him being a little weird. Like, we could check on the world record video. A lot of runners have their attempt number in their splits. Oh. That sucks. I hate when you have to run past him because he's shooting an arrow like that and there's just nothing you can do about it. I'm dead. Yeah, I got shurikened from below. Now I don't even have enough emblems. For the Father Owl strat, so I would have to sit here and rest. Phasing away from the boss while jumping does anything to their AI, like how it works with Owlgeni. Yep. Exactly that. Makes them not block your attack, which some bosses take more damage that way, and others it doesn't matter, so we do it on the ones where it does matter, like on Owl here. You specifically turn away and then turn back. So that he won't block it and will take more damage. Lucky. And some categories also have that one mythological creature that just dominates the world record. That hasn't really been Sekiro, which I think is a good thing. Like, I think at one point that was kind of true with Dist, and then at another point that was kind of true with Aggie. Back when, like, not that many people were really competing for world record. But nowadays, it's like every world record changes hands, and I think that's cool. Except for maybe Mortal Journey Gauntlet. There might be one dominant figure in Mortal Journey Gauntlet, I forget. But that is also kind of because I don't think all the, like, top runners are grinding that category. Nice, perfect. So that's what you would need for a world record level 1. We got one. Just beat Guardian Ape and Shishiman Warrior today. Nice, congrats. You will get spoiled on things if you stay in the stream. Because we are doing all of the bosses. What about the Mario 64 kid? Does he count? Ouija? Is it, wait, is it Ouija? No, it's Suigi? I always confuse because their names are so close. Green Suigi, I believe, is the SM64, a goat. Undisputed. No. Alitere, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. If you could more easily see YouTube chats, you could say hi to them too. Hi, YouTube. I, too, wish there was an easier way for me to do that. I think there is easy ways. I just think I don't know about them yet. I'd love to have both Twitch and YouTube on screen at least. So even if it's with the delay of stream.
With how much effort you speedrunners put into WR, it actually makes me more appreciative towards people like Carl Jobst and the other cheater hunter.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason we take it so seriously, and there's, you know, and we don't tend to accept. Come on, let him off the hook. I wasn't. Come on. Yeah, maybe they cheated a little, but come on, it's not that we take it very seriously. Because we put in literally thousands of hours into it. Nice. Carl was caught lying and got sued too. Well, yes and no. Like, mostly no. He wasn't really caught lying. Well, he did have one inaccuracy in one of his videos, which you could argue was lying, I suppose. There was an inaccuracy, but he showed the messages from people who theoretically would know, telling him that it was correct information. So he showed that he didn't willingly lie. He just, you know, published something that he thought was true that turned out not to be true. And when it was shown to him directly that it was not true, he made a retraction in another video, specifically stating this was false. You know, that's not correct. So, to me, that doesn't really count as lying. Publishing something that you thought was true from a source that told you it was true. You know, you can argue, like, you need to check it yourself, but, like, he didn't have any possible way to check it himself. And then he made a full retraction. So, he was never, in my opinion, really caught lying, per se. And then he was sued and was successfully sued and lost the lawsuit for, at worst, an insinuation. It was about a YouTuber that unfortunately took their life while being sued by someone else, and in a statement he said, you know, this person was having money issues, their family members said they were stressed out, they were being sued by this person, and they took their life. That was the statement, which are all true things that all did happen. But the insinuation might be, you know, you might read that and say, ah, it was because of being sued. And that's not something that you should say or speculate on. But again, that's like at worst an insinuation, not a lie. So, yeah, never caught lying. Was sued and does have to pay a bunch of money, but for something that, like, just factually was not lying. No height diff. All right. So, like, the fact that he lost that lawsuit is wild, because that, like, just obviously is not correct if you look at the facts of the case. How much does RNG affect this run, or is it mostly just messing up a combo? It affects this run a lot. It is a lot of skill that you need to know all the backups for everything, but it is a lot of RNG. There's some RNGs you can get where even the best player in the world will lose their run, and there's nothing they could do. But there's a lot of RNGs you can get where bad players will reset their run, but good players will only lose a few seconds because they'll know some sort of really cool backup. So it's a ton of RNG, but it's also a ton of skill to take the bad but not impossible situations and turn them into a continuable run. So it's a lot of both. And very hard to, like, separate the two. Like, there on Demon, we did not get good luck whatsoever, but I also made a mistake that ended up killing me. I don't even remember what it was because I was talking in the middle of it. I think it's important to mention it was the lying Donkey Kong dude. I literally cannot bother remembering his name. Billy Mitchell has actually screenshots of him laughing at the YouTuber that died, whose name I unfortunately cannot remember. Apollo Legend is the YouTuber that died. That Donkey Kong loser is a vile monster. Yes. Yes. I don't think I can get sued for saying I personally feel that Billy Mitchell is a vile monster that abuses lawsuits to try to silence criticism. I don't think I can get sued for that. That is my feeling and takeaway from what I have seen. Maybe I can. Maybe I'm putting myself up for a defamation lawsuit right now, but that is also my feeling. There's malinformation and misinformation, but not disinformation. I guess? Billy Mitchell, that's the one. Okay, I want to practice... That whole section practice was actually really good. I should probably do that more often. But all of that, I felt like I remembered the strats pretty well. I wanted to take a look specifically at a much earlier boss. A much, much earlier boss that I forgot to make a save for. This is probably why I haven't practiced them before. One of the few that I missed out on a save for. Lone Shadow. Who maybe cheated for what game you weren't paying attention? Oh, who definitely cheated? I feel confident in saying definitely cheated is Billy Mitchell. Cheated in the video game Donkey Kong, the original one for arcades, where he was very clearly caught cheating. Well, I suppose not technically cheating, not caught cheating, but caught making a world record, quote-unquote world record, on an emulator when the official rules say you must play on an official arcade cabinet and not an emulator, and it can be shown beyond any shadow of a doubt that it was played on an emulator, and so the obvious conclusion of if he has an arcade cabinet that he can play on, why would he play on emulator instead, would be so that he could use save states and cheat. Technically, all that is proven is that he played his run on emulator. That is an incontrovertible fact. It is guaranteed he did play his run on an emulator. It has not technically been proven that the emulator was used for cheating. It just stands to reason. And he has denied playing on emulator. But it is just... If you look at it, it is just a fact. Okay. How hard is Frontside Dojo Skip? Don't know the name of this skip yet until YouTube was like, hey, you should check this thing out just today. And it looked like what you did this run. Yes, I do Frontside Dojo Skip. It's hard, but learnable, is the way I would put it. Like, there are some skips that are hard, but not really learnable. Like, you have to, like, you know, oh my god, you have to do everything to barely make it work sometimes. But Frontside Dojo Skip is hard. It takes a lot of skill to do, but it is learnable. You can just kind of experiment with it until you eventually get it, and with a few pointers, you can get it somewhat consistent. Really good players can get it basically 100% consistent. Billy Mitchell related to Mitchell Riz by any chance? Well, one's a last name, one's a first name. Must be, actually. This must mean that I am a cheater, too. Don't like the sound of that bloke. He's not a good bloke, and in my opinion. Of the factual things that you can see and learn about who he is, the statements he's made, and what he has done, not a good guy, in my opinion. Exclamation fake is the command. Intentional cheating aside, it's kind of hard to prove that the actual hardware and emulator will run the game identically. Invalid run regardless of cheating. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Invalid run regardless of cheating, but, like, it doesn't really matter that it's an invalid run because it's an old record. The record was removed anyway. Like, all of this. Nobody really cares about, like, oh, we're just worried about the legitimacy of the record. Like, no, everyone agrees it's not legitimate, but the point is that he will sue you for alleging that he cheats because, well, technically, you know, you can't prove that he cheated, so I'm going to sue anyone who says that I cheated, you know, that kind of a thing. He has literally multiple open lawsuits, multiple lawsuits that he's lost. One lawsuit, as far as I know of, that he has won, which is the one that started this discussion. Okay, so make our save here. But he is very litigious, I believe is the word you would use. Maybe that's I think it's litigious. I don't think it would be litigious. I feel like there's too many. They checked him, PC. Serious question. You had so many cheat allegations during your blindfolded arc. Did anyone do investigation on you? Yeah, multiple people, I'm sure. And they were like, yeah, this is legitimate. But who are we talking about? Billy Mitchell. Like, because that's what you do. I mean, there were no cheating allegations on me by legitimate blindfolded runners because you could check the strats. The strats were normalized, repeatable, blindfolded strats. That, like, it's just not that hard to tell. Okay, not quite. I actually kind of remembered how to get him in the corner, though. That wasn't the worst thing. I mean, it kind of was because I got kicked, but... I guess dojo isn't required because you can just go to Ishin room and then go to the castle top. Yep, there's no boss in the way. Litigious. Is it litigious? Not yeah, litigious. Litigious. Are you famous enough to be investigated by Carl Urban? I don't think Carl Urban does cheating investigations, but you know, maybe. Oh, I think that was it. I think that was the perfect get him into the corner. That, I mean, that would have been easily a gold, for sure. Really cool that you investigated and came out shiny. Well, I mean, I don't know of anyone that definitely investigated. Wrong Carl? No, I think that's the right Carl. Carl Urban too busy fighting Homelander. But like, aside from, obviously, Aggie looked at my strats and tested them, so technically that's investigation. Even if Aggie never, probably for a moment, thought that I was cheating, he'd still technically investigated me. And if he had tried out any of my strats and they didn't work, when he was blindfolded, he would have gone, what is up with this, right? He would have become suspicious. So he did an investigation without being suspicious that could have caused him to become suspicious. We also had Hamid Scorpion, who also did the strats that I did to, you know, learn them and then take over the blindfolded world record, so... Honestly, that's fine too. As long as I know the proper, like, right, left, or whatever it is, this isn't so bad. I was like, isn't that a country singer? But that's Keith Urban. Hamid the homie, yeah. Bubzia also has watched through my runs, who does blindfolded Mario 64 and has investigated... Ah! Not quite it. See, this is why we practice. So, gonna take some getting used to. All the fonts on Twitch completely different. Are they? I haven't noticed. They keep changing the fonts every few years. Oh, weird. My OBS font is the same for Twitch, as it's always been. Use BTTV to change the font. Ah. Okay, that was good. That was really good. That's what we're looking for. Do that every time. Unfolded runs gotta take so much concentration. They do, yeah. Like the smile guy with his RNG god 0.00099% Minecraft run. Yeah. Can you get banned to upload runs if you get caught? Yes, you can. More often than getting fully banned is you'll get basically suspended, kind of put on, you know, almost like parole. And then you'll be given higher proof standards from then on. As long as you own up to it and admit it and apologize. If you deny and deny and deny, then yeah, you're banned forever. It's like, what's even the point? If we let you do any more, you would just cheat again. Because you're not even admitting to the previous time you cheated. Imagine modding Sekiro to get the perfect RNG every time. Someone has done that. Someone has tried that. We caught them. Only saw Castlevania Symphony of the Night blindfolded run. Got the idea how it's done. We saw Mitch's blindfold run. I thought the strats make sense and didn't think anything's fake. Yeah. It's surprisingly easy to tell if someone's faking a blindfolded run. Or maybe I should say it's surprisingly easy to tell when it's real, is maybe a better way to put it. Like a fake run, it's like you're pretty sure it's fake, but you're like only 95% sure it's fake. But a real run, you're always 100% sure it's real. You're like, oh, pff, obviously, yeah. How to kill the boss is similar to Headless, but have balls that cause terror. Well, also with confetti. I'll wait on Keith Urban's verdict on Mitch runs. He is who we need to ask. Somebody call him up. Almost. I need to stay a little more left on that final one. There. That's what you need to do. You need to do exactly that. I guess speedrunners build their reputation. Pretty much. How do they mod it? Can you give an example? Okay, I don't want to give away everything about how we caught them, because if we give away everything, you know, maybe it makes it easier for some other cheater in the future to attempt to get past your cheating methods by going, aha, this is how they caught them, so I'll make mine undetectable. But I'll give an example from another game that is fully public and there's been videos about. In Monster Hunter, monsters have, obviously, randomness to which attack they do in which order. And obviously, depending on where you're standing, they can be more likely to use different attacks or you know, whatever. And so there is the one attack where, you know, the monster is going to stand still for a while and they'll try to do an attack, but like if you stand next to them, it just whiffs. So you get to just keep hitting them for a while, right? The really good attack to see. And this attack can only happen after a couple certain attacks, because the monster technically chooses in kind of like strings. I'll do this into this into this. And like, you don't really know that. You don't really notice that when fighting the monster, but behind the scenes in the code, it says, if I pick this move, I'll do this move next and this move after, and then I'll pick something new. So when they saw, okay, instead of doing the good move in the second attack in the string, which is where it's supposed to come, it just happened in the first attack in the string. It just chose to do the good attack. And then it did something else, and then it chose to do the good attack again. So it did it twice in one string of 3, which isn't supposed to be possible, and it chose it in times when it's not supposed to be possible. So it was very obvious you modified what attack strings the monster can even do, not even just like, I want to get the full string that's the good one. Is that a sweep? Why did I not get to block that? Yeah, not a great lone shadow there. We gotta work on that. Doing any commentary for Summer Games Done Quick? Yes, I'm doing 2 commentaries. One for Bloodborne, a game that I have not played, and one for Monster Hunter Wilds Bingo, a game that I've played a good amount, but I've never done the bingo for. So it'll both be interesting experiences for me. However, I have also done commentary before for a run I've never done, which was Breath of the Wild blindfolded by Bubzia, and I just got Bubzia to explain his entire run for me so that I could then know everything about the run. Okay, I need to get him more... See, I need to do that. Practice just that. Are you a good chat today? Oh, you brought up interesting topics and not tangent to random areas. Yeah. You're doing great today, Michael. Keep it up. I'm proud of you. Good news, Keith Urban is still alive at 57 and he's married to Nicole Kidman. Oh. Is he... No. No, I'm just thinking of different country singers. My family actually listens to country music. I don't like country music. Not a big fan, with some exceptions. Garth Brooks kind of slaps. Not gonna lie. Garth Brooks kind of slaps. A lot of country, though, I'm not like a big fan. But I know a lot of country music names because my family listens to country. Garth Brooks does slap, yep. I wonder if I can actually... I think I could get the whole thing dead angled. I think I don't need to get the one block. What about me, Mr. Riz? Am I a good chatter? I'd say you're a good chatter. Yeah. Rose, at the GDQ event, we keep talking about is SGDQ. Not exactly sure how you missed that part. Yes, Summer Games Done Quick. However, I will also be on a Games Done Quick hotfix 1 week from today. Well, 1 week from today for me. For you guys, I guess it's 1 week minus a day if you're like East Coast or Europe or whatever. But on the 30th, I'll be doing a Get to Work Games Done Quick hotfix. So we'll also have to practice that. Are all Seahawks fans 12 years old, or are there only 12 of you? We are 12. We're 12. So I guess that, well, I can't say that because then I'd get banned off of Twitch, but I guess it's the first one. I will not start my frick Toby Keith rant. It's so much harder to push him into the corner like this, though. Okay, that wasn't so bad though. That was kind of decent. Mature for your age. Thank you. When I dated a girl who liked horses, I learned there was a song called Honky Tonk Badonkadonk, and that was enough country for me for a lifetime. Ah, yes, Honky Tonk Badonkadonk. She got that Honky Tonk Badonkadonk. She's keeping perfect rhythm if you want to swing along. Got it going on. Like Donkey Kong. Said, ooh-wee, shut my mouth. Slap your grandma. There ought to be a law. Put the sheriff on the phone. Lord have mercy. How she even get them britches on? With that honky tonk. Badonkadonk. See, the problem is he gets too far away if I don't get him up against the wall right away. Okay. And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. Please, I hate that song. Is Yankee Doodle country too? I don't know. Certainly not modern country. Are you excited to have Sam Darnold as your quarterback this year? You know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't want to get too much into the sports ball talk because I know people will be like, snore. But I was kind of saying we probably needed to move on from Geno Smith. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, you know, we'll see. Oh, that was nice. I think I'll just do that. I'll take the one block. It's not too bad. You sports ball, see? Replace Geno Smith with Geno Machino. He's a very good player, yes. The best. At everything. That was not so great. Every song by Alan Jackson with the lyric, "It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie." I don't think I know that one. Is what's his name still playing with the Seahawks? The famous one. You might have to be a little more specific than that. Oh, that was good. There have, in fact, been many famous Seahawks. Well, there are two famous ones, Tom Brady and this guy. So you think the second most famous American football player of all time was a Seahawks player? I think that's probably not correct. Obviously Tom Brady is the #1 most famous. Second most famous is probably like Aaron Rodgers or Saints, Drew Brees, or Peyton Manning. Oh, maybe it's Peyton. It's probably Peyton #2. Oh, if you're a little older, Joe Montana. Yeah, that's a very famous one. Either way, not Seahawks players. Okay, that was not the way that should have gone. Wait. Recovered? Surprisingly fast, but none of that was as intended. That was just backup on backup on backup. O.J. Simpson was famous too. Yeah. Not entirely for the football. It's Mahomes now. Oh, you're right. It is Mahomes. It is Mahomes now. You're 100% right. Yeah. How did I get... yeah. Either way. What's his full name? Might be this one. Russell Wilson? Or Zach Wilson? Not Zach Wilson. That's not the famous one. Russell Wilson might be the famous one you were thinking of. Yeah, no, he's not with the Seahawks anymore. Not for a few years now. Nice. That would be a good lone shadow. Jerry Rice. You guys are right. There's a lot of very famous American football players, if you know American football. Yeah, it's working. This is still faster than the lone shadows we've been doing in runs, but it's not perfect yet. Hi, Kiwi. Russell's with the Giants and might be benched by week 4. Yeah. Okay. This is. I will say another one thing about sports ball, and again, I know a lot of you probably do not care, but yeah, Russell Wilson on the Seahawks was. Like, if you looked at the stats, it was making a strong argument for one of the top quarterbacks of all time. Like, his stats were ridiculous, and it is kind of a crime that he didn't get an MVP during that time. And then on every other team, he's been like, he's kind of okay, I guess. Nice.
Honestly, Mitch, I'm not interested in sports, but hearing you talk about something you're passionate about is why I'm here. Keep at it.
I'm not like overly passionate about sports ball. I just like my team. I just like to root for the home team. You know? Of all the sports balls, American sports ball is the one that I am most into, but I am not like overly into it. If you were to like quiz me and be like, I bet you're not a real Seahawks fan. I bet you don't even know who their third string receiver was in 1987. I'd be like, yeah, you're right, I don't. I just like watch it on TV with my family, and it's fun. To be honest, I thought Russell Wilson retired. Maybe he should have. Nice. What even is your home team? You're from Pennsylvania. Is Philly something, isn't it? Philly is the Eagles, and they have recently won a Super Bowl. So, congrats to you. Well, that was interesting. I kind of got the death blow, but it didn't actually happen. Or Pittsburgh. Oh, also true. Pittsburgh. The Steelers. Who were super dominant back in the day, but nowadays have not been doing as well. Also swindled my team out of a Super Bowl in the past. With the generally agreed upon worst officiated Super Bowl in Super Bowl history. From New England, so go Pats. Hey, if you guys were still winning, I'd be like, banned, get them out of here. But you guys suck now, so yeah, go Pats. Just curious, why all bosses glitchless for GDQ? Because that's the one they accepted. I submitted Sure glitchless, I submitted any %, I submitted no air swim, I submitted all bosses, mini bosses glitchless, and I submitted randomizer. And I said, take your pick. Whatever you want. And they said, all bosses, mini bosses glitchless, please. It's like, you got it. Okay, not quite a perfect Lone Shadow there, but it still wasn't the worst thing. Thank you, Twitch user. Doing good now. We've rebuilt our O-line. Okay, maybe you guys are good. I don't know. I don't remember you guys doing that well last season, but, you know, it's a brand new season. Who knows? Has anyone here played Steel Rising? If so, is it any good? Steel Rising, is that the one that's the Souls-like, where you're a robot? Not a puppet, a robot, and it's in France? Because if so, I've only played it a little bit at a GDQ where it was being run. There was a speedrun of it that was happening at the GDQ, and I watched the runner play it. And then I played it a little myself, and he taught me the infinite throwables glitch. And then I used the infinite throwables glitch to kill a boss. So, with infinite throwables, yeah, pretty fun. Solid. It's okay for a Souls-like, yeah. It did not seem like everyone's favorite Souls-like, but it didn't seem like everyone hated it either. So if you're a Souls-like enjoyer, yeah, could be worth a look. So what you're saying is you'll do a throwables only run. I mean, if I did, the game would be too easy. Like, you know how we were like, oh, the throwables are so broken in Lies of P. No. The throwables in Steel Rising are broken. You know why? It's because every time you hit a boss with a throwable, it guaranteed staggers. At least with the throwable that they use for the speedrun. So, you throw it, it goes, ooh, ow, ah. You throw another one, it goes, ooh, ow, ah. You throw another one, it goes, ooh, ow, ah. And that's just it. Like in Lies of P, at least, like you only get that if you get the shot put and you've built up enough stagger outside of that. Okay, that was a weird Lone Shadow, but not the worst thing ever. Ooh, ow, ah. Okay, that was decently good. Celtics? I don't know that team. I only know the Celtics. Sounds like the game has bad voice acting. That's not what they actually do. That was me making it. Whatever. Okay, he just did not want to get anywhere near the corner this time. That would be not a great Lone Shadow. That is what the final boss of Overture does. Ouch! No spoilers, but I do love that. Ouch! I want to make food, but that would mean turning on the oven. Is that just like... And the oven's all the way over there. Or is there some reason that turning on the oven would be bad? Oven is warm. Oven hot. It's still over 80 at 1 a.m. Oh. Yeah, understandable. What about a microwave, though? Or an air fryer? Why didn't they run Marshawn Lynch? Look, don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. Technically, statistically, it was the better play, but we all know it wasn't. Technically, that entire season, a 1-yard pass had never been intercepted the entire season. And even if you looked historically over the past, like, 5 seasons, it was the highest percentage chance play of making it. And it preserved a timeout so that you got 2 chances to run it afterwards instead of having to throw it on 3rd down so that you could run it on 4th down. It technically was the highest percentage chance play, but yeah, we all know that was obviously the wrong call. I don't care what the stats say. My 2020 hindsight says that was the wrong call. It's like 90 Fahrenheit out and it's midnight. You tell me if turning the oven on is a good idea. I feel like it's not that... my oven doesn't heat my whole house. I think. I mean, my oven's also, like, in the kitchen. So, like, if the kitchen gets hot, well, what do I care? I'm coming back to my room. Okay, that ended up good, but it was definitely a bit of a stretch to get there. It's nocturnal, he doesn't understand. Maybe true, maybe true. I mean, I do also have an AC in my room, specifically because it gets hot. Especially when I'm running my PC. Ow. Yep. Yep. Is my AC running? Right now it is. And I'm glad that you guys can't hear it, because... one of the previous times I had it running, somebody was like, is there a fan on in the background? And I was like, yes, there is. I'm sorry. But it seems like this time you, I guess you guys didn't notice, so that's good. 103 is like 33 Celsius. 100 is like 37-ish. Those two are not... those two statements are incompatible with each other. Fahrenheit is Celsius times 1.8 plus 32 or something. That's exactly it. I do it in fractions, so I do it as 9/5 plus 32, but yeah. So if you take the number of 5s in Celsius and multiply that number by 9 and then add 32, then you'll have the number in Fahrenheit. So if it was 35, you'd take the number of 5s, which is 7. There's 7 5s. You'd multiply it by 9, which is 63, and then you'd add 32, so that would be 95. So 35 Celsius would be 95 Fahrenheit. So 100 Fahrenheit would be, yeah, around 37. You hear it? Dang it! It was me. I was the fan. Been getting into running lately. Ah. Okay. Not the greatest lone shot. We're getting there, but it's slow. The lone shadow takes a lot of practice. I apologize that it's gonna take a while. Just this strategy is hard. It's not inconsistent necessarily. It's actually very skilled, and I have to work on the skill. Remember 100 Fahrenheit as the degree of humans' normal temperature plus a little bit because it's fever temperature, so 100 equals 37-ish. Yeah. And then Kelvin is its own big thing, yeah. If you want to be really scientific, then Kelvin's the best, but... Or... Rankin? There's some Kelvin equivalent for Fahrenheit that I don't think anybody actually uses, but... Technically you could. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yep, yep. Yeah, not the lone shadow we were looking for. Oh no, he's practicing a boss. What shall we do as we watch and talk? You know, some people really only want to watch the runs, which is understandable. I'm really having trouble getting him to the corner without missing a hit. Kelvin is only used in science. It has no practical use. I mean, every temperature could be argued to have no practical use and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, practical use is whatever you're used to. If we all learned Kelvin from the start, we'd all be like, oh yeah, of course this one makes the most sense. Why would you ever just shift everything by 273.15 for no reason? When I say practical, I mean for an everyday average Joe use. Yeah, I understand what you mean, but it's not that there's no practical use. It's just like, yeah, the numbers would be a little bit weirder. The ranking scale, which is literally just Fahrenheit plus 460 or something. Yeah. Because people don't learn Kelvin originally, it's not practical for everyday usage. Yeah. Whatever you didn't learn originally is not practical for your personal everyday use. It's barely used because people switch to SI for anything that needs an absolute temperature. Right, right. Isn't science practical use? That's a good argument. That's a good argument. Fahrenheit is how people feel. Celsius is how air feels. Kelvin is how molecules feel. I would say Celsius is how water feels. Because Celsius's scale is based directly on water. Right? 0 is freezy water. 100 is boily water. So Celsius is perfect for water. You're doing anything with water? Celsius. Bang. Easy use. You're doing things with how the human body feels subjectively. Fahrenheit's pretty decent for that. And then obviously you're doing anything with science and pressures and molecules and particles and air and Kelvin. Like, required Kelvin. Like, you can't use Fahrenheit or Celsius for those things, really. Or, technically, you could use Rankine, but, like, nobody's gonna do that. Okay. Not fully true with the water. It depends where you boil the water to. Yeah, but, I mean, to any reasonable degree of approximation, Celsius is perfect for water. Water boils, or water freezes at 0, plus or minus a few degrees, depending on if it's got anything dissolved in it and the air pressure. and boils at 100 degrees, plus or minus a few degrees, depending on what's dissolved in it or the outside air temperature, or outside air pressure. Boil my water in a vacuum chamber where boiling temperature is also 298 Kelvin. All right, nerds, that's enough. Probably. Okay, that was a pretty good Lone Shadow. In American science class, do you guys use metric or still in Imperial? Depends on the science, which does make it a little confusing sometimes, but you learn to convert between the two, so you can use either, but I would say more common is metric in most science classes for most uses. Okay, that was a nice Lone Shadow. And the stove isn't working. All right, gotta use the vacuum chamber now. In engineering, you learn both. Yeah, engineering is more commonly both. Oh! Missed one. And he did not like that. Not one bit. Ah! Yeah. Temperature scales don't super matter. The advantage of Celsius is that it interacts with other units that use base 10 instead of randomly picking a number. Units that just need to scale can be anything. In medicine, pressures are sometimes measured in both centimeters of water and millimeters of mercury, which are cursed units, but you never convert them, so it's fine. Yeah. English units are so widely used, so we learn both in school. It'll change between problems in the same homework problem set. Yes. Which honestly is kind of nice in a weird way. Because you learn about conversions and being careful with your units. Like, obviously that's not necessarily worth the headache. But like, as far as in school goes, it's kind of nice for lessons. It makes it easier that you learn early on conversions, so that then when you're in your chemistry class and you need to calculate, you know, grams of reactant to grams of product, and you need to do multiple conversions back to back, you've got those skills. I'm going to convert everything to SI first and then convert it back for the final answer. That's a way to do it. Oh, I almost salvaged that. Almost. I know 12 inches is 1 foot. And your height is 5'11". Things you'll never need IRL, but okay. 5'11" is above the average height, I think, in every country in the world. Maybe not, like... I feel like Norway or something is, like, really tall on average or something, but... I believe the global average height is 5'8". Aren't Dutch, like, super tall? Maybe it was Dutch, yeah. Okay. Netherlands is very tall. Aha. Shortest Albanian man is 6'2". Citation pending. Ah, okay. I remember when to add or multiply the arbitrary constants required for English units. Like, do I divide out the 32.2 or multiply it in when I'm working in pounds force or pounds mass to begin with? Nobody knows. Well, I mean, everybody knows the same way. You get the conversion and you apply it correctly, but... Like, I have definitely found that my students from science classes have had a much easier time with 12 inches in a foot than they did with 100 centimeters in a meter. Even though the number's nicer, so many times you'll see 1 centimeter to 100 meters, and you're like, that's not... That's the wrong way around. That's not it. Or 1 meter to 1,000 kilometers. I'm just not quite getting the start. It's like, it's always the start that you need to get. And, like, it's so close to working. I'm always just a little bit off. Yardage is just slightly shorter than a meter. I think, like, 94 centimeters. Something like that. I think that's about right. We should just use astronomical terms. I want to see 5.9267 e negative 17 parsecs tall. Perfect. Clearly to that level of precision. You're not going to get to the... I got kind of lucky that time that he just went right to the wall. Because I definitely wasn't going to get there normally. Is it usually with the strat an RNG thing, or is it a raw skill check? It's a little of both, which makes it a little weird to practice. It's mostly skill. If I was doing it super perfectly with exactly the right angle, it would work a very large percentage of the time. But even if you do it a little bit wrong, it will still work, like, a decent amount of the time. And so you get a lot of false positives where you think you did it right, but it's because you got lucky. Or you'll get false negatives where you did it right, but you got the very rare case where he can get out. Like, see, this seems like a good starting angle. Okay, we had one block, and otherwise this was seemingly perfect. But also could have just gotten lucky. I am 1 night elf trash tall. Yes. All right. Have a good one, Pi. Really beautiful. Mostly made so you could get whole numbers out of more fractions. It also uses imperial to measure angles. That's why it's 360 degrees for a full circle and not 100 degrees. I think degrees is imperial and metric. Is there? I guess I don't actually know if there's an official metric degree count that's separate from degrees. There's radians as a separate angle measurement, but I don't think radians are specifically metric and degrees are specifically imperial. I think they're just both. Like both imperial and metric are seconds, hours, seconds, minutes, hours, days. So I think also both imperial and metric are degrees and radians. Radians are just radians, yeah. Radians are defined very specifically, so it doesn't... Radians are kind of the objectively superior angle measure, but like, imagine teaching pi to kids when they're just trying to be like, this is a circle. It has 360 degrees. If you were, this is a circle. It has 2 pi radians. Pi is a number that is irrational, which means you can't write it as a fraction. It starts out with the digits 3.141592653589979 and keeps going from there. Pie does sound tasty though. Each kid's arc minutes. Sometimes I forget that not everybody did math science, and I say stuff like rotate by pi on 3. People think I'm insane. Radians were cool, but they didn't teach us much about using them. Well, I mean, depending on the math classes you took, you definitely learn a lot about using them. Where I'm at, it was generally called pre-calculus, but you could also have a specific class called trigonometry. Or, if you skipped pre-calculus and went right into calculus, you definitely used radians in calculus. Mr. Riz, I threw up. Go to the nurse's office. Yeah, I just keep... It's so close to working out so well. Oh, thanks, Creative Gamers. Each kid's how electrons are positioned around the neutrons and protons. Yeah. Radians are useful specifically because of Euler's theorem and the fact that exponentiation is rotation on a circle. Euler is really my goat. True. Also, approximations, small angle approximations, are very useful on, radians.
My hall pass so I can go to the bathroom.
Well, you really should have gone to the bathroom between streams. That's what you've got the 5-minute offline period for. Oh, I should have said the 5-minute starting soon screen for it, which I don't actually do. You can go to the bathroom after the stream. I don't remember radians from calc. Where is my mind? You definitely learned them in calculus. There's no way you got through calculus without using radians. Oh man, it's so close. It's so close to working so beautifully. What about in between runs? Maybe we could arrange that. The loading screens are for bathroom breaks, yeah. Okay, that was pretty good. A pretty good Lone Shadow. And we turn at the end to get the faster death blow. Okay, okay. I went to the office so many times to complain about teachers not letting me use the bathroom when at the beginning of the year they had a note from your doctor about a medical condition. Yeah, I mean, completely understandable. Like, in actuality, the bathroom policy in my classrooms was, yeah, if you gotta use the bathroom, just go. But if you at all have the chance, please write your name on this board so that I know where you went. So that I can keep track of where you are, so that if it's all of a sudden your parent calls in and says, I need to get my child, we need to leave now, I can say, okay, they're not in the classroom, but I have their name on the board. They went to the bathroom 2 minutes ago. As soon as they get back, I will call you, or, you know, I will go send somebody to the bathroom to see if they're in there, and, you know, whatever. I was just like, just please, like, for your safety, let me know when you're going. But I was also in high school, so I didn't have to, like, babysit the students. And it was like, if you're gone and, you know, we notice that you're gone and your name is not there, then I, you know, legally have to be like, I don't know where they went. You know, they're not in the classroom, whatever. So I was just like, just don't make me do that. Don't make me call the principal and be like, I don't know where this student is. Please don't make me do that. None of us want that. A lot of students would still ask me and I'd be like, yes, absolutely. Please just put your name there and go ahead. Because obviously they were used to it from other teachers. Okay. Nice. I can get max HP on Sekiro, still stuck at 19. Well, presumably you'd have to go back through and find all of the prayer beads. What you can do is you can check an all... there's a speed run that is about collecting all of the memories and all of the prayer beads in the game. You could watch through that and see if there's any that you feel like you missed. Another thing you can do is go to the offering box, which is at the dilapidated temple. There's an offering box, and you can check if there's one there. So if you missed a mini-boss early on in the game, and, you know, you went through and you missed it, they might have despawned because at certain time of day, the entire world changes, including what mini bosses are available. So you might have one here in the offering box. Mine is empty because this is a file that's early on into the game, so nothing has changed yet. But you could also check here. There might be one here. If not, you'd probably want to look up a guide of where all of them are and double check all the locations. There is, I guess, 40 locations in the game, which would take a little while, but started a new game, so what can you do? You can go all the way through the game again. That's all you can do, is go all the way through the game again, and hopefully this time find the prayer beads you missed the first time. Again, you can follow the speedrun route. You can follow along with them, but you can't just get a prayer bead from a previous playthrough if you missed it. Ooh, can't see. Oh. Yep, that was not a good lone shadow. Like starting a new save? Like going through a new game plus is what I assume you mean. You said you started a new game, right? Like you went into new game plus. You can just go through new game plus and follow the route. You could also start a brand new save if you wanted. Like if you want to not be in new game plus when you get all the prayer beads, you could do that too, but that's really up to you. Nice. That was a really good lone shadow. There are missable pickup prayer beads on Sunken Valley and Poison Pool. You mean Senpo Temple? Pool and Mibu Village Pool? Or do you mean the Sunken Valley, the one that's on top of the statue's head? The Poison Pool, where it's on top of the statue's head. Because none of those could you lock yourself out of, but I do agree that they're ones that I think commonly would be missed. Okay, that was not a bad lone shadow. Wasn't exactly what we wanted, but more than good enough. Nothing worse than finding that last Korok in Breath of the Wild. Okay, the Breath of the Wild Koroks, that one's a wild one. That one I don't think they ever expected people to actually get all of them. The prayer beads are relatively findable. The Koroks, you're gonna miss one. There's like no way anybody's ever done that without a guide. Okay. Not the best start to that lone shadow, but ended strong. Played the prayer beads in New Game Plus only because I didn't get the second owl fight the first time. Ah, yep, that would do it. You can get all 40 prayer beads in one run? Yeah. It's not like you need multiple different endings for all of them. Oh, I just missed. Not a good lone shadow. "26 out of 34 achievements. You played like 90 hours, completed the game twice. Want to go platinum on this one." Ah, yes, yes. Linkus 7 used to do 100% runs, and OMG, those took forever. Yeah. People still do them. But yeah, those are really, really long runs. Oh, that was a beautiful lone shadow. That was displaying the skills there. Nice. Finished all Sekiro achievements at about 150 hours. That makes sense. Notice this Lone Shadow doesn't have a stinky hand like the other one. Correct. Wait. Does he have another hand? I feel like I felt like he was one-handed, but there are the stinky hand ones that are not one-handed. Right? Or do they just put away their sword and use their one good hand? The worst achievement is unlocking all skills. That one does take a very long time. Want this man's straight sword katana in a game? It's so cool. It is pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I also like the slight curve in katanas. Okay. That was a good Lone Shadow. Not quite perfect, but that was very good. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting perfect Lone Shadows every so often. I think he's actually missing a hand. Yeah. The only two games we've platinumed are Sekiro and Elden Ring. The only two ever? I feel like I've probably platinumed a lot of games, sort of on accident, that have easy achievements. Okay. He's in the corner at this point. There's nothing really to practice. You can farm the skill points killing the red soldiers before Demon of Hatred. That's not the most efficient spot, but that's not a bad spot. Yeah, not a great Lone Shadow, this one. Honestly, though, I would kind of take that. That wasn't the worst thing, either. Other games, too, like RE4. Then they added more and unplatinumed you. Ah. After the sure ending 2 times because your cloud save crashed on Steam. Almost gave up there. Dang. Perfect. Perfect Lone Shadow. There we go. We're starting to get it. We're starting to get it. It's just like, get him to the wall earlier. Was the trophy under for a bit? I think I'm at around 120 plats. Wow, okay, that's a lot. I don't know that I've played 120 games on Steam. Okay. Not perfect. Skyrim has 75 achievements, but that requires me booting the game through Steam, and who does that? I feel like most people? What do you boot it through? Nice. Whatever allows you to run the mods. You can run the mods through Steam, I'm pretty sure. In fact, I think if you... Well... Maybe mods disable achievements, but... Workshop mods? No. Just mods. When I do randomizer Sekiro, that's opened through Steam. Or at least it can be. You don't have to. You can run the EXE instead, but it still counts as running it. Like, Steam still tracks your hours. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't track the achievements, though. I think that's more a function of the mod than, like, a function of Steam, though. There might be specific mods that disable your achievement tracking. You can't boot it with Steam if it's too heavily modded. Okay. Okay, good backup for that not going exactly how I wanted. If it ends on the game itself, it allows that. Makes sense. Looked on Oblivion Remaster these days. Anyone else playing it? I have not played it, but... Aw. Yeah, that's on me. Ah. Yeah, not what I'm looking for. How do I consistently get him to the wall? Because sometimes he just, like, gets so far away from the wall. What if I... Let me experiment a little. What if I send him the other direction? Well, then I'm going to need to sort of relearn my dead angling to go this direction, but... I'm pretty sure I've seen people do it to this side before. Played for 30 minutes and refunded it. Turns out you're still bored of it 15 years later. Well, yeah, if you didn't like the original, the remake is the same thing. I feel like that could have worked, though. I missed my hit being a dead angle, but I feel like that could have worked. And I feel like that'd be easier to keep him against the wall. Maybe that's just easier and I've been doing it wrong this whole time? But maybe I go around him if I do it this way. We'll see. Like the original, just got bored of it. Now it's nostalgic, but not actually fun. Ah. Okay, so there's the possible problem. You can slip around him. So rather than him slipping off of the wall, now the problem is you might slip around him. Like that. Okay, wait, so how do you prevent that then? Wait, can you do the dead angle from the opposite side of him? But if you do, then what would be the point of having him against that wall instead? I think it's send him more directly to the corner instead of at the wall. Let me try that. I think you go like this angle. I still slipped around him the wrong direction. Proved your skill to draw armors. Ah. No, I still circle around him when I do this. Okay, silly idea, silly idea. Silly idea that will not work. Send him directly forward. Honestly, it kind of almost worked. What if it send him slightly even right of center, but plan on eventually cornering him in the left corner instead of the right corner? Send him right of center, and then trap him in the left corner. The problem is, if you don't get him to the wall fast enough, it's just so likely that your attack's gonna miss. That angling is such a weird phrase out of context. I feel like it's, like, not really a weird phrase, because it's so kind of... I feel like it's so obviously, like, a video game term or something. Like, you're not gonna confuse it for, like... Oh, is that a sports term? There's dead angling. That... You're talking about firing up the barbecue? I feel like it's like so far like removed from normal speech that it's like, okay, oh, that's just obviously a video game term. That's like a carpentry term. Actually, I guess I could see that. Yeah, if he's not against the wall there, then I just can't. Because he's just always out of range. Because, like, there, that was, like, barely touching him and he got the block. So if you're too far, you just don't get it. Why you keep killing this poor lone shadow over and over again? I don't get it. For practice. We're practicing a strategy that will hopefully save us a good bit of time in runs. But I have to get it just right. Dead angles are blind spots for truckers. Ah. One ending where you fight Emma and Ishin. What am I supposed to do to get to the castle without glitching? I mean, just, like, walk up it? Swim through the moat and then walk up it? There's like a bunch of grapple points. idea. Keep one idle. I think it's the abandoned dungeon entrance. Yeah. Not only do you keep it, it gives it to you, even if you don't already have it. What if I'm supposed to work in a turnaround? I probably am. Where would it be best? Where am I getting, like, off angle the most? I don't know that I'm gonna do it properly even if I know that that's theoretically the strat. Only place you can go is gates, though. How are you supposed to get up there when the doors are all locked? Well, you just go over. You just grapple. Just killed the white monk in the green area. The ghostly, purpley, transparent-y monk? In the watery village? Hold on, Lone Shadow. You just wait right there. I'll just be right back. Wedding Cave. Yeah. Okay. It is the one that I was thinking of. So, if you look at your places that you can warp to, are several of them grayed out all of a sudden? If not, then you're missing some key items and you need to explore other paths. If they are grayed out, then go to the one that is not grayed out in the zone where the rest of them are grayed out. Can I... Wait, can you do a turnaround after the 5th one? Because I feel like that would be the most helpful one. 2, 3, 4, 5. If I can do a turnaround on the first one, then I think we're kind of set. I think that is what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, they're all grayed out. Anything you do or go to castle. If you just want to complete the game, you can just go to the castle. It's like I haven't done any bosses, to be honest. Well, you've done at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You've done at least 11. Oh, wait, no, but I got blocked. Maybe that was the reason I could do the turnaround. Don't get blocked on the 5th and then try a turnaround. And if it works, I think we're kind of set. Okay, I didn't get the turnaround that time, but that might have been my own fault. No, I don't think you can turn around on the first one. Only got 7 reflections. Are you cooked? No. I was counting mini bosses. You will guaranteed have done every reflection up to that point. Well, except for one, possibly. There's only one reflection you might not have done at the point that you're at. There's only one optional one that you may have missed. Yeah. Okay, so I've at least figured out what the problem child is, even if it's hard to correct it. Wait. What if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then regardless of where he is, let him block one, do a turnaround to push him where I want him, then do the rest dead angled? What if I do that? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Always let him block one. Wasn't exactly what I said, but that honestly worked pretty well. Someone say problem child? That wasn't a roll call. Chose obey the oath since it sounded best, and now I can't do dragon and stuff. Should you just restart game? Why can't you do dragon and stuff? You could do dragon and stuff. If you selected that option, then yes, you are... Oh, you can't do dragon and stuff because you selected obey the oath. I see what you mean. Yeah, so if you wanted to do dragon and stuff, then yes, you would need to either do New Game Plus or start a new game. Oops. I keep trying to get that angle too good. New Game Plus is faster. You've learned bosses and already have most tools available, unlike first time. Yep. If you kill Emma and Ishin, it's game over. I didn't know. You can do dragon and stuff. Right. Oh, okay. Okay, so there's a problem with this plan. The hitbox on the one after turning around seems bad for dead angling. Are there two YouTube chatters at different points in the game? You're so confused. It's one chatter. I'm just trying to figure out where they're at. Oh, that would have been really good, though, if I didn't get the backing off. Okay. Still as perfect as I could get there. Not bad. I want to go to YouTube to help them, but again, you're too hungry. Okay. Maybe this is good enough for runs. Maybe I shouldn't practice for literally 4 hours on Lone Shadow. But we always could. I honestly, 4 hours of practice on Lone Shadow does sound kind of nifty, but... That's on me. I let him out through my own failures. Didn't do the 4-5 on the left. Yo, to Begaro. I can't afford to do that though. You gotta just get the death blow. 40 more hours learning Ishin before you can do dragon and cool bosses. Ah, it won't take that long. You got this. 8-hour-long stream of Lone Shadow incoming. I'd kind of be down for it. A nice chill practice stream where you just do one thing over and over till you can't mess it up. Like, unironically, a really good idea for learning things. Like, if you took one 8-hour stream per boss, yeah, it would take 58-hour streams to learn every boss. But by the end of those 58-hour streams, you'd be pretty consistent. Why are you still practicing this Lone Shadow? Because it's hard. Because I got to get better at it. Because it's a way for me to save time for free just by playing better. Ah. They said recognize, though, that I needed to... Nice. And then good making it up. Okay. Getting better at backing it up, too, which is also good. I'm getting more likely to get it perfect, and I'm getting a lot better at backing it up if it's not perfect. Imagine practicing for GDQ. Just wing it. True. Okay. Made that up really well. Is this one harder or the one before Shinobi Owl? Because I know this one, you can abuse dead angle. Is that the duo that you're talking about? I don't... Which one is before Shinobi Owl? Is it the duo that's still there at nighttime? Because if so, we kill that one at nighttime rather than before Shinobi Owl, but... That one's definitely harder because it's a duo. And duos are definitely harder than single ones. But in a speed run, arguably this one is harder, at least more skillful. Because the one later, the strategy for it is very easy. It's just very random as well. The gank duo. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's a good backup if I need it. That did actually work out very well. Okay. Okay. Is this speedrun for GDQ in 2 weeks? Yes, 2 weeks. 2 weeks almost exactly. Wow, we are close to that. I just realized we are so close to that. Okay, good making it up. Miyazaki truly loves us. He knows his players love gank bosses. No gauntlets either. It's not literally all bosses. True. For the GDQ showcase, though, I will be showing off the inner bosses, but I will have to load a save for that. Oh, that was nice. Okay, that was well played. Okay, I feel like I kind of something clicked, and now we're getting it pretty well. Not speedrunning gauntlets, SMH my head. I know, right? Honestly, speedrunning the gauntlet. My big problem with speedrunning the gauntlet is that, you know how you guys complain about, like, oh, the game is just mortal draw spam. The gauntlets are just, like, swap between different prosthetics and combat arts that are even more broken than mortal draw. And pray that the boss gives you the exact luck where I can just use send throw and it instantly one-shots them because I get counter damage on the blah, 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 blah. Like, it feels very, like, yeah, just abuse the broken stuff. The even more broken than mortal draw stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's a good backup. Okay, holy, that's good. Have we never seen anything more broken than mortal draw? This has you interested. Here, I'll show you. Mega sugar spams? Well, of course. Speedrun.com. Sekiro. Mortal Journey Gauntlet. Oh, Pumpkin has the record. Look at him. Okay, so look at how he fights Gyobu. Yash, unsurprising. Yeah, so even more broken than Mortal Draw. Gyobu didn't even have time to finish his introductory, my name, and he's just already, oh, and then just, yep, hit him in the head. Okay. Yep, and he's dead. There. What skill is that? That's Dragon Flash. We go ahead a little bit to Lady Butterfly. Oh, Mortal Draw for Lady Butterfly. Apparently, nothing better there. Oh, but swap to Send Throw for second phase. Time with some jumps. Oh, Send Throw in the air into Mortal Draws. Okay, the next one. Oh, Genny's also some more. So there's still a good bit of Mortal Draws. It's not that everything is better than Mortal Draw. Oh, look at the posture that he gets, though, from the umbrella. Watch the posture. Oh, it actually wasn't as much as I thought it would be. I think you can get even more broken deflects with the umbrella. How do you get Dragon Flash? It's after beating the final boss of the other ending. I think he uses Sakura Dance in second phase. Oh, no, he just deflects normally. Yeah, you do get a lot of posture damage on umbrellas, though. And then Ape is Mortal Draws and Enhanced Firecrackers, which counters him. Second phase, is that? Yeah, Mortal Draw, but headshots. That makes sense. Of course, yeah, Mortal Draw with headshots is broken. Monk, it's Miss Raven to get the insta-kill, yep. Classic. That's surprising. He's doing the corner? There's no way the corner is faster. Even in regular speedruns where you don't have everything, the corner isn't faster. So in a Mortal Journey where you have everything, the not corner's gotta be faster. I would think, at least. I mean, I guess he just sent some Mortal Draws in the corner. So maybe that was fast. It looked risky, though. Is that angling is so satisfying? Yes. Yeah, Pumpkin is the GOAT of glitchless runs. Yep, get the headshots with the Mortal Draw. That makes sense. Doing Mortal Journey % next? Probably not. I personally don't find it too interesting. Look at those headshots. Contact Medicine Miss Raven is kind of broken as well. Yeah. Oh, those dead angles. Also, fellow keyboard and mouse user, it's under my own overlay, so you guys... It actually... yeah, I guess it'd be under. You can actually kind of see it better than mine. Yeah, so it is still a lot of Mortal Draw in the Mortal Journey Gauntlet, but as you can see, other things like Dragon Flash and Send Throw are sometimes even better. Back to the Lone Shadow. Fellow keyboard and mouse user, yes. All right, nice. Prosthetics worth upgrading or nah? All speedruns, they don't upgrade them at all. Generally nah, but like, depends. If you're playing casually, there's some that definitely have uses. The different umbrellas can be especially powerful. Oh, that was a perfect Lone Shadow. Why is that an emote? Never mind. Why do I even ask? Why wouldn't it be? We need a feels controller, man. Prefer Ongball-ish style, slower, but it's definitely more enjoyable. Yeah, Ongball definitely goes for style over being optimal. Ah, really? I did not think that would miss the dead angle, but... Wasn't terrible, though. Speedrunners rarely upgrade anything because it costs time. Really depends on your playstyle. Yeah. Casually, I didn't find... I also wasn't just like a big prosthetic user casually, but I did not find a lot of ways to like really utilize the enhanced ones where I was like, ah, this is what's gonna make it, you know, worth it for me to use. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I did the death blow in the wrong initial direction, and then I just couldn't get him in the corner after that. The sword follow-up after Shuriken. The sword follow-up after Umbrella is... because it can, like, buff your weapon. Oh, that was perfect. I just joined in. Can you give a quick explanation of what specifically you're working on right now? Yeah. So I'm working on this strategy on Lone Shadow. You can see I just pulled it off correctly there. Of pushing him into the corner without letting him block a single one of my attacks so that I can kill him as quickly as possible. So I need to take the death blow where I'm left of him so it pushes him towards the right. Then on the 3rd, 4th, 5th attacks, I need to turn away from him. Try to get him close enough to the wall that I can... then just kind of slash along the wall where he can't hit it. And then on every 4th and 5th attack, I need to turn to the other side of him to keep pushing him back into the wall so he's not going to slide out to the left like he did there. So in this case, I didn't quite keep him up against the wall. But if you do it just right, you can. The goal being to slide him into the corner, and then once he's in the corner, I don't have to keep going back and forth. He'll just kind of get stuck there. Use shurikens for your entire playthrough. I mean, shurikens are really good for, like, the non-boss parts. Like, you just find something that's not looking at you, you shuriken it in the back of the head, and, you know, if it's, like, a dog or something, it's just gonna die. And it's like, nice, I didn't have to deal with those dogs. There we go. Got him into the corner. So that's effectively what we're trying to do. I think he got one block on me there, so it wasn't perfect, but that's pretty good. Shurikening the dogs in the Lone Shadow fight was a game changer. Yeah. Use Shuriken because Lady Butterfly's annoying. That's another great use, actually. Ah, I couldn't really see, so I got the angle wrong. Okay, we kind of went from one corner to the other, but... Shuriken just gives you a free opening, which makes it nice as a general use prosthetic. Not against most bosses. Against most bosses, they'll just block it and be like, what now? And it's then, like, still not really your turn, but... Firecrackers gives you a free opening, though, against most bosses, but it does cost 2 emblems and doesn't do any damage on its own, so, you know. Some people will be like, well, I don't want to use that then. But Firecrackers is very good general use. Just use Mortal Draw on that Lone Shadow. Never let the poor guy breathe to call for the dogs. That does work. For follow-up slash after Shuriken. Oh, okay. If it, yeah, if it staggers him, I can see that. Okay. That was effectively perfect. Technically, he backed away one time, but I'd take that. Toss a shuriken sometimes to prevent posture from regenerating if a boss is stalling. That is smart, actually. Is there a way to make this scripted? This is scripting? Yeah. Like, it's just really hard scripting. It's just like, oh yeah, just play perfectly. Just get every single angle just right, so none of them miss and he doesn't block any of them. But if you do it just right like that, you can see he got to the corner before he was able to really do anything. So that would be our scripted. Not really a free opening, just stops posture regain and gets you attacking quicker. Right, right. Stop shortcutting bosses because I was running out too fast. It's just so good for closing the gaps. Gotcha. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, we are really getting it now. What keeps him from blocking? Is it RNG or the angle you hit him? The angle you hit him. If you attack while facing him, he will block it every time. And if you attack while facing away from him, he will not block it every time. The first two, when he doesn't have his sword out, he can't block yet because he doesn't have his sword out. And you can see sometimes you have to hit him and let him block because he's just so far away. You just have to face at him. But otherwise, it's about staying close enough that you can face sideways to him and still get the hit. You're glancing at the script notes. It says here, get good. Oh, is that what I'm supposed to do? Hello. Yep, this was a disaster. Yep. My bad. The part that's been tripping me up, yeah. That get good part. All right, take those. How's it going? Going well? Had a dentist appointment today, but one that was in the early afternoon. Or, well, maybe not early, but one that was in the afternoon, 2 p.m., and I, kind of forgot I had today, so I stayed up, very, very late last night. And then I was 10 minutes late to my dentist appointment, and that was apparently enough that they were like, sorry, we can't get it all done today. You're gonna have to come back. We can only do part of it today, and you're gonna have to come back another day. And I was like, oh, man. Hello. Okay, not bad. What's the time difference between this going perfectly and it going however it was previously going for you to practice this part so much? Probably like 5 seconds on average. I mean, 5 seconds is 5 seconds. Like, this... If you're not willing to put in, like, an hour and a half that we've put in for 5 seconds of time save, then, like... You're gonna have a really tough time improving. Like, that might sound like that's so much time, but, like... I've put in an hour and a half of practice just on Demon, where it was like I already knew the right strat. I just wanted to make sure I was a little more consistent at it. Dentist is also your inner circle friend. He'll practice on you outside normal hours. That doesn't... Not sure I'd want that. Actually, whether you're on controller or keyboard and mouse, this is the one where I should have done the turnaround to salvage it, because he was out of position. Okay. Practicing so much wasn't intended in any kind of way. I have a lot of curiosity questions. Gotcha. 5 seconds is a lot of time in game if you think about actions. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Disaster. Especially since Sekiro is so optimized, yeah. Well, I mean, my route kind of isn't that optimized, which... Basically, the way to get eventually closer to world record is to do this on every boss fight in the game. Give it a solid several hours of learning the best strat. But yeah, keyboard and mouse and controller both can do this perfectly fine. I find it easier on keyboard and mouse because I'm more practiced with it, but... Controller players don't really have any trouble with this either, I don't think. Oh, man. I almost had him in the corner. That was so close. And then he got out. You're the one who made Jimmy skip a reality. Yes. Sort of one of the people, but... I was certainly one of the people that made Jimmy skip a reality. Yeah, couldn't see. Man, almost salvaged that one. How's practice going? You know, a tiny bit slow, but that's not a bad thing at all. We're taking a lot of practice on Lone Shadow because I wanted to relearn an old strat that I used to know, and so it's been a little while of relearning it. I think we took like this much time on True Monk as well when we were relearning that strat. Poor Jimmy, always getting skipped. Picked last in dodgeball, too. Not quite right. Here for True Monk, and it was very productive. If Lone Shadow goes as well, it'll be a fun time. Yeah. Lone Shadow has already been very productive. We're already way better than we were. It's just I feel like with the Lone Shadow strat, we eventually found something that was like free and easy. Whereas with Lone Shadow, we are not going to find something that is free and easy. I know we will not. People have searched for something that is free and easy and just as fast, and there just isn't one. You just have to get good. We are cooking, though. We are cooking. We're getting way better. Oh, really? You got out from that. I thought I had him in the corner that time. It was so close. I've seen SMH my head and BRB right back in Twitch chat. One more might give me an aneurysm. My bad. You gotta turn on the fourth one, not on the fifth one. Okay. SMH my head right at Twitch chat, yep. Rip in peace. What's your least favorite boss to deal with in Sekiro? Headless, generally. In specifically speedruns, probably Shigekichi. But in general, Headless. All of the above water ones. Really? That missed him? Not was blocked. Missed. Interesting. And you miss playing Sekiro? You can always come back to it. You just got to make yourself a goal so it's fun. Or don't if you're not a goal-oriented person. But for me, I always have to come up with a goal. That's why I love speedrunning, because there's always a next goal. Always a PB. Always a leaderboard spot you can take. Oh, that was perfect. Don't know why I expected anything else to be TBH. TBH, be honest. This guy is slippery. I have a really bad habit of pushing forward to Mikiri instead of just letting go of the thumbstick, and I end up dodging into his attack and getting hit instead of Mikiriing. Well, dodging into his attack will do it. It's probably more a timing issue, I would guess. Because you don't have to not hold the stick. You can put the stick forward, and it does also work. Perfect. Hearing this guy's kick was one of your best moments in your Sekiro gaming. It's so good. When you stomp on his foot And, like, oh, man. Nice. Excellent save on the him partially trying to get out there. Learning that you can be curious kick was an extremely funny experience, yeah. Used to hold forward and thought that was necessary. Me too. But on keyboard and mouse, like, holding forward is the same as doing nothing. Whereas on controller, theoretically, your thumbstick could be way off and you could miss it. Okay. Not bad. First played, you got fixated on killing the Harada Lone Shadow like 2 hours into the game. The one at the Mist Raven? Oh, whoops. Silly me. Ever hold forward when Mikiring? You can try standing still and pressing dodge. It's always forward, yeah. Honestly, I think I still press forward when I Mikiri. But part of that is a lot of bosses you're just holding forward regardless, because you just always want to be walking towards bosses. Okay. Honestly, a good backup for how terribly that was going. Bad that it let it get so bad, but that was a good backup for just how out of position we were. Or you can just calmly single tap Mikiri as a game changer, yeah. Again, a good backup for that being a weird non-ideal. I'm getting so much better at the backups, which honestly is almost as important as being good at the main. I mean, it's not. It's way better to be good at the main, but the backups are nice. Gotcha. Nice. Okay. Jump up to the river by bamboo. Yep, the one at Mist Raven. Do you ever start bad on purpose to practice recoveries? No. Not that I can remember. I probably have at some point. But like in general, a recovery isn't really worth practicing unless it happens while you're trying for the good way. That was my fault. I definitely had him there and then I just... let him go. So I always generally try to practice the correct way and then I will mess up and practice the backups that way. It's mostly just about, like, when you do mess up, don't reset instantly. Don't just close your save, go back. It's like, well, practice from there. Practice what happens after you've messed up. There is kind of an exception of if you mess up the main and you mess up the backup. And it's just, like, completely hopeless. You would just reset. Arguably, at that point, it's not worth practicing. Is it worth getting Sabimaru for Fun Fort, Snake Eyes, and Orin? Not at all. Not even close. Not for a speedrun. For casual play, sure. Whatever you'd like. Oh, interesting. Pretty much perfect. What's your opinion on the Executioner in Night Rain? By far, the most disappointing class in Night Rain. Had so much potential to be the most fun by a factor of 10 from any other Nightfarer. Ends up instead only pretty fun. Only like a middle-of-the-road Nightfarer in terms of fun. Could have been 11 out of 10, ends up like 7 or 8 out of 10. Still pretty fun, but like clearly the design kit did not cohese together. It's just carried by having a great starting weapon, great starting stats, and aura of if I press the deflect button, I gain aura, even if I lose out on infinite damage. At least I've got aura. That missed. Oh, okay. That was not supposed to miss. Okay. I'm so sorry. Just deflect Monk's Thrust. It's actually better than Mikiri. For speedrun purposes, it usually is. Casually, nah, Mikiri the Thrust. It's way better. You're gonna get some health damage out of it afterwards. Like, it's... I would say, as a casual play experience, Mikiriing the Thrust is better. But in a speedrun, it's often best to just deflect it. Good backup. Good. Still getting him mostly in the corner. Just waiting for Mitch to go and make his own Sekiro game. When is Mitch Kiro gonna be available for pre-order? Look, if somebody else can do the actual hard work of game design, of doing all the art, doing all the sounds, doing the story, doing the coding, basically doing everything. If somebody else just has an entire game studio ready and just wants somebody to help out with the gameplay, mechanics, design, the boss fights, the abilities of the character, like, bro, I could cook. Bro, I could cook so hard. But only in that one specific area, because I can't code, I can't do art, I don't care about the story, I don't, like, 98% of game design, I couldn't do. But that 2%, that most important 2%. Huh. Somehow weirdly salvaged. There's really a uniquely made tank game called Tankiro. This gets a demo right now. Huh. Which Sekiro came with Aggie as the final boss. My nemesis. Nice. Games are real hard to make, yeah. Making a game about pushing buttons right now. It took you 2 years to make it somewhat okay, and I'm a real professional, yeah. Games are hard to make. Speaking of which, does a no-hit run allow Mistraven? Yes. Mistraven is not getting hit. Cooking, man. Cooking. We're cooking a little. We're cooking a little. You can self-damage in no hit, so I guess the contact medicine strat could be allowed. Yes. It is, in fact. I mean, you shouldn't be allowed to insta-kill the monk. Because it's, I would say, a major glitch. Personally, but it is also allowed in the glitchless speedrun, so. Technically in hitless, they define it not as no glitches, they define it as no major glitches, but minor glitches are allowed, which I also personally find to be a strange rule set. Like, I don't see the positive gain in allowing minor glitches. And then you have to, like, define, like, well, how major is the glitch? I mean, I guess it technically gets them around the having to define the difference between a glitch and an exploit. Like, there's always going to be some cutoff you have to define. It feels weird to me when it's like, yeah, this thing is just like obviously a glitch, but like, nah, it's allowed. It's fine. Not major enough. Okay, well now we're going in the opposite direction, so. Kinda made up. What has the progression of the most fun boss been, in your opinion, during your many-year experience with this game? Progression. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? The progression of the most fun boss. You mean in a speedrun? Like, what boss's speedrun strategy has progressed the most and been the most fun? Or... Okay, okay. Salvaged. Yenny is a mech, still have katana, just awesome robot battles. I mean, the monk just walks out of their house clueless. What are you supposed to do? Well, what you're not supposed to do is instantly kill them while they're unaware of you. Like... In other games, there are absolutely ways that you can make enemies just unaware of you, and you could just, like, hit them with projectiles and stuff. That's generally not allowed for glitchlesses. Like, in Elden Ring, Radagon starts the fight completely unaware of you, and he will only become aware of you if he gets to walk a certain number of steps forward. So if you just kind of, like, stand right next to him, he just won't take his, like, last step. Kind of. It's not exactly. I'm simplifying a little bit. But he just, like... And then he just will never see you. And that's not allowed in glitchless. I'm pretty sure it's also not allowed in hitless, but I'm not actually 100% sure. They might call that a minor glitch. I don't know. Mr. Kim, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. And then, like, even if you were allowed to hit enemies while they were completely unaware of you like that, I don't think a full insta-kill is also quite, you know, within the spirit of the rules. Well, dead angling could be considered a glitch too, but a minor one. Well, only if you're using a different definition of glitch than what speedrunners and hitless runners use. By the definitions of speedrunners and hitless runners, there's no possible way to construe dead angling as a glitch. Because you have to look at, like, what's actually happening, and what's happening is the game running exactly as intended. Not, like, a little bit off of intended. The game is running in all ways exactly as intended. Because unlocking, that's supposed to be possible. Attacking while unlocked, that's supposed to be possible. Hitting an enemy while unlocked, that's supposed to be possible. Swinging away from an enemy, that's supposed to be possible. If you swing away from an enemy, they are not supposed to block. That's supposed to be possible. If you are close enough to an enemy and swing away from them, it is supposed to still be able to connect with them. Your hitbox isn't, like, supposed to turn off if you're facing away from an enemy. Like, you know? There's no, like, spot along it where you can be like, well, this isn't supposed to happen. It is all working exactly the way that it is supposed to, programmed to, intended to. We're just abusing that it works exactly this way and is supposed to work this way. So that's the difference between glitch and exploit. That's at least my definition between glitch and exploit. A glitch has some part of it that isn't supposed to happen at all, and an exploit is it is all definitely supposed to happen exactly like this, and I'm just abusing the fact that this is exactly how it's supposed to work, but I can use it exactly the way it's supposed to work to my advantage. That's to me the difference there. Alright. In this one sense, a Soulsborne is working exactly as intended. In this one sense. And enemies can dead angle you, so it's fair. Yeah, that happens all the time. You're facing Gyobu, the camera goes up, and he, like, leans over while he's doing his attack, and your character will do a 360 like in one frame, so you're facing backwards, and he smacks you in the back of the head because he goes right above you and goes, like, just barely past directly above you, so your character turns to face the other direction. Can happen to you there. It can happen. Lone Shadow can dead angle you with his, like, slice through you. It can just, like, connect with you on your side where you're not blocking. Who else? Oh, that was oh, it was almost perfect. It should have been perfect. And then I just aimed slightly too far at him. Ishin 1 HP, but you didn't want to heal and died. That's okay. You got it this next time. It's hard to formalize what is the game of a developer's intention. It's true, although I don't put it as game developer's intention. Well, maybe I did. I think I did say as intended. I think I used that verbiage. But what I mean, and what everyone hopefully understands, isn't the literal mind of the developers, like I think that I can tell what they were thinking. It's what the game presents to you as correct and possible, what we can see in the code as correct and possible, what the game itself expresses to you is correct and should be possible. Right? If there's an invisible wall and you go around it, yeah, sure, I can't know that the developers didn't intend for me to jump over this invisible wall. But the game certainly expressed to me that I wasn't supposed to go this way. Because there's an invisible wall there. Even if the developers, I can't know in their head what they were thinking, the game expresses it to me. Yeah, we are getting very good at this, boss. I think soon more practice is not really gonna help us. We're kind of gonna be as good as we can get in a day. So very soon we'll probably just move on and... But I still just feel like I'm making mistakes I shouldn't be making. But it might be something that we just have to practice some more tomorrow. Mechanics are working as designed, whether the consequences are intended or not. Sure, sure. What about dojo skip? Did the devs want speedrunners to do that? To do that specifically, no. But, you are supposed to be able to get from the bottom of the dojo to the top of the dojo. We're just kind of shortcutting that. So yeah, I totally would agree. It's definitely does not feel like something that the designers would have said, you're supposed to get to here by doing this jump off of the roof. But the designers did say, well, the design of the game does have it where you can simply walk from the bottom to the top. You just like walk around this way and you go out to here and then you come back. And instead we just go a little faster. So that's one where it's like, you could argue it goes against the doing what the game expresses to you that you're supposed to be able to do. But like, in a way that just doesn't like matter. If it was the same thing, but you were bypassing a boss, then we would say, the game communicates you're not supposed to be there yet because there's a boss in the way that the designers put in to stop your progress. Yo, Jordan Hitch, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Malicious compliance. Sure. You beat him. Let's go. Got it. Literally got him. Let's go. See, once you get close enough that you almost get him, all you need is a few more tries and you got it. Or it sounds like maybe you got him on literally the next try. Okay. Okay. Still pretty good. Are we talking about the early Genny skip? Yes, the dojo skip. Nice, that's perfect. Okay. With this perfection, let's move on. Okay, let me see if there's anything else I want to practice real quick, but I do feel like that was a good practice sesh. And we could theoretically go right into runs if I don't see anything else that I really want to practice right now. Oh, this one. This one was giving me troubles. The snake eyes at the fun fort was not giving me the death blow sometimes, so I want to get that. Seems like a lore accurate ninja move, yeah. What's a glitch and what's not seems all opinion and vibes, and that's fine. There's no real science to it, and that's okay. Kind of. Like, that is technically correct. The best kind of correct. Because there is no, you know, universally given and agreed upon full definition for what a glitch is. However, there is a strong consensus on what we all agree is and isn't glitches in most cases. And it is arbitrary, technically, but has a strong logic to it that's easy to follow if you understand it, like if you have been immersed in the speedrunning. It's something that if we started over and had to make the rules from scratch, we would probably come up with a rule set that is very similar to what we have now. It's not, oh, if you tried it all again from scratch, it would end up entirely different based on, you know, the opinions that were put out by whoever first got there. With some exceptions. The Monk Deathblow is one that if you redid it from scratch today would probably go the other way, and a few others, but for the most part, we're in fairly good agreeance. Too early. That's why we're practicing. Every time at GDQ or other showcases when the runner goes like, not a glitch. Totally not. Of course it's a feature. That's always great. I would define what is a glitch, but you're already in your pajamas. Why was it not deflecting? Do you mean why was Snake Eyes not deflecting? Because I was doing dead angles. Or why was Lone Shadow not deflecting? Because I was doing dead angles. Okay. Whoa! That missed? Kuro's actually a boy. You gave Kuro a charm and it said you chose the path of further hardships. What does that mean? That means the game will be harder. You can talk to him and take the charm back if you don't want the game to be harder. Would you like your game to be harder or would you like your game to be easier? This is a choice that you have. Why the boss is not deflecting? Because I am turning around and facing backwards to them while I start the attack, which is baiting them to, like, try to attack me, or really, they don't have to actually try to attack me. They can just not be given the opportunity to deflect. Ah! Yeah, I needed to jump over her. Okay. Did you just ruin your New Game Plus? No, you can just talk to Kuro again. Oh, whoops. Might want to use the Gachin. Is One Mind any good? It's alright. It's pretty cool. It's got some uses. It's not like the strongest thing, but not bad. You can ask the sculptor later to get it back, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can also just get it right back from Kuro right there. Oh, that's not supposed to connect. Yes, this is what I get for cheating with my dead angles. I get got. Just realized you're also streaming on YouTube. Got so confused for a second. Yeah, we are also having discussions on YouTube. Letting their guard down. They never see it coming when we just turn away. I mean, to be fair, if your enemy in the middle of a sword fight turned his back to you, you'd probably also get confused and might miss the block when he suddenly comes swinging. Yeah. See, that's why we're practicing. She keeps somehow catching me when I'm doing the jump over. Gonna learn how to deflect one mind. I think it's 141. I think one mind is just spam, if I remember right. I don't think you... I'm not even actually sure if you can deflect the whole thing. I know in any hit list, you would never go for it. Because it was, at the very least, too inconsistent, if not completely impossible. I think it's better than Ichimonji double. I like Ichimonji double better than One Mind, personally. I might want Gachin Sugar active, now that I think about it. What? Well, that was interesting. Sprint towards him before the 4 hits, then just spam deflect. It's like 99% consistent. Oh, right. You have to sprint towards him. You have to do the sprinting deflect, and then it actually makes it so that the deflects overlap better so that it actually works. Right. Yeah. It seems like it's actually more consistent to kind of go at her straight on instead of like trying to go way around her so that she doesn't see you. Nice. Okay. This is already feeling a little better. Are you running this or anything else for that matter at SGDQ? Yes, we are running this and we're running Get to Work at SGDQ. Speaking of... we will want to start practicing Get to Work very soon, so... maybe like today and tomorrow will be our last 2 Sekiro days. And then we need to start practicing some Get to Work, probably. And then we'll practice a little more Sekiro, like, right before the event. Because I'm not just gonna, like, take 2 weeks off and, like, not practice it at all. But that's probably what we need to do, is start working on our getting to work. Okay, I'm gonna call that good enough. All right, let's do some runs. I just want one more PB. If I can get sub 115, I will be ecstatic. Because it'll be an official new PB that I can definitely put on the leaderboard. I'll have a new lower time and we'll be chilling. Sounds like I need to get to work on that practice. Okay. Classic. Classic well jump. Of course, the sub 115 would be great. Yep. It would be nice. If we don't get it, it's okay. We still got a comeback PB, even if it ends up not being verifiable. At the very least, I'll highlight it on my Twitch channel either way. Need a dunce hat cosplay. Back to work speedrun with cosplay. What? Like a suit? A suit and a dunce hat? Maybe a bald cap? That would go pretty hard. But I mean, I don't have the right color of suit for that. I have a black suit, but I'm pretty sure he's in a blue suit. And rollerblade onto stage. Dunce cap, I feel like you could literally make out of cardboard.
Good luck, Mitch.
And bald cap, I don't expect would be that expensive, but I don't know if you have to, like, get it properly fitted or something. Oh yeah, can't do Gyobu skip because this is glitchless.
Can someone PLS explain to me why is Sean Bean's name read as Sean Bean and not Sean Bourne or Sean Bean?
You know, that's a great question. Also, I like how Brian just knew to actually pronounce it Sean Bean. Yeah, if you want the actual reason, it's because of Irish. The Bean, of course, should make perfect sense. But the Sean part is Irish. I wouldn't say the Irish wrote Sean as S-E-A-N. Because, like, I think that's just where the name originated from. I don't think there was an English name Sean. I think there was just an Irish name Sean. So, that was just the spelling of the name Sean. Did one extra attack there, otherwise that was a good ogre. Bad. Two, four, 6. Stop missing! And of course we get the worst possible luck. Oh, don't do that. That is very unfortunate. But he ran right at the stairs, so it's actually fine. We'll probably lose 5 to 10 seconds here on Gyobu, but it's fine. He was just getting set up for me at the end. Aw, how nice of him. But, like, actually. Open! Okay. Lost like 10. It's okay. As long as Bull goes well. Then we get our free time save on Lone Shadow from our new strat. That definitely won't go terribly wrong after we practiced it for so long. Is it faster to end the fight at the idol or the stairs? The stairs. Even if you end at the idol, you still probably run to the stairs first. Not good luck on the Bull, but pretty good execution at least. So we only lost 3.5 seconds. Okay. Let's get our free time save. How did you get out? I was so sure he was in the corner. Man. I felt like I played that really well, but he just said no. So, we did not get our free time save. We got a little bit. We got 1 second of time save still. Oh, thanks for the good luck. I mean, the practice still definitely paid off, because with that bad of luck, if I wasn't doing that strat, it definitely would have ended up way worse. Really? That was out of range of her? Okay. It's a bit of a rare occurrence. Okay. That's real big time loss. But I mean, at least technically we now don't lose the res time loss later, so. Yep. You can, in fact, deflect the grab. The snake eyes are female. So they're female, people kept calling them hymns. Well, they were just wrong. It makes it very clear in the game that they're women. "40 hours practicing Miss Noble paid off." Only 40? No, no, no. We spent at least 1,000 of our hours practicing Miss Noble. Nice. Come on. Excuse me, can I get up there, please? Oh my gosh. Never had that be so troublesome before. Yeah. Five seconds saved, but also 5 seconds lost. 5 seconds faster than PB, but 5 seconds slower than gold. Our time save and our time loss perfectly matching. Ah. I'm late. I'm actually late. Okay, I'm late. Usually... Was that one too early, though? Was I really too late then too early? Because the timing shouldn't be that precise. I think I'm just consistently late. I think I'm just... Most people, 99% of the time, you're too early. I think I have actually trained myself to go later to the point where now I think I'm actually consistently too late. Because the way that you miss it when you're first learning is always by being early. Nobody ever does that late. Actually, I don't even know why I'm continuing. This is obviously a dead run. Hello, what up, Zoodle? Lucky Charm is here now. Why couldn't you have arrived a little bit earlier? Oh, he's the lucky one. We got the well jump. Okay, didn't get the good startle. But it doesn't actually matter.
Said a hip hop, the hippie to the hippie, the hippo hop, and you don't stop rockin' to the bang, bang the boogie, say up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie, the beat a skiddly bebop. We rock a Scooby-Doo and guess what? America, we love you cause you rock and you roll with so much.
Is that the lyrics? The first part sounded familiar to me, the end bit. Less so.
Good luck, bitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Okay. Gold! Wow! Okay. Uvular trill. Ah, true linguistics. Knowing the actual names for the sounds. You'll love to see it. Took a linguistics class in college. Mostly I just remember random fun facts from it, but it was interesting. Oh, thanks for the good luck. Give us your linguistic fun fact. I can give you the same one that I've given multiple times before. The one that a lot of people will hear and go, nuh-uh, that's not true. That's not how I say it. But, one sec. Did not risk it, could have risked it. There were biscuits to potentially win. If you say the word for a tall-leafed plant with bark, in a normal American, most dialects of American, probably British too, I believe. You will probably say it tree. Which if you slow it down and actually, like, you know, focus on how you're saying it, you actually say with a CH sound, not a T sound. Most people actually say tree rather than tree. Like, because the T to R just doesn't, like, roll nicely. And if, it's kind of, like, weird and forced to try to do it. Tree, yeah, like, it's not, so, while it's written tree, well, it's written with a T, and, like, everyone, you know, is like, oh, yeah, it's, you know, T-R-E-E, that's how you say it. And, like, you feel like that's, you're saying it with a T sound. When your mouth actually does it, it's more of a CH sound.
Good luck, Mitch. You're so hot.
That works. Oh, thanks, Chris. Okay, we're very far from where we want to end, but otherwise that was a decently good Yobu. Didn't distract him, he's locked in, always am. Okay. Travel is kind of like tree in that sense too. Yeah. It's like slightly less, I think, because of the it's a product of the T, the R, and it being like a harsh vowel after, I think, that makes you the most likely to change it to a CH sound subconsciously. Whereas with softer vowel sounds, I think it's easier for your mouth to do the T to the R to a softer vowel, I think, if I'm remembering right. So I think you still could do it travel, but it's like lesser than tree. It's the thing that he's not supposed to be able to do. I love when he does the thing that he's not supposed to be able to do. I don't know why I keep getting that. I swear I was like never getting that back when I ran Shura Glitchless. In different English accent, I learned that Americans' T's sound more like D. Like litter sounds more like litter with the T sound. It depends, but yes, that does happen. T's can become CH's or D's very commonly in pronunciation because they're both softer. They both require less like effort and are easier to like transition from one sound to the next. But that is absolutely common. Not every person every time, but common. Not bad. All right, time for a free time save. Say with a harder T and R, but that's because of your non-native accent. Yeah. Can TaskBot technically run Sekiro? No. There is no way that we have currently to control the RNG of Sekiro whatsoever. We cannot seed RNG for it, so the same inputs would not yield the same results every time. Unless you, like, modded the game so that the bosses always did specific attacks. But that would be kind of lame. Okay, we got the unlucky him backing off, but our execution was actually really good there. We unfortunately missed 2 attacks because of the backing off. Still almost golded. With the bad luck and him backing off and us missing a full 2 attacks, 0.1 off gold. The time was definitely saved. Alright. Whoa, where are you going? Where are you going, lady? Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. It's fine. Not exactly what I was looking for, but that's fine. 0.02% PB chance. Let's go. Still saved back a little time. Perfect. Oh wait, dang, that's fast. It's very fast. It's effectively perfect as far as I know. I haven't watched through the whole record yet, though. It's possible that we watch through and we find, oh wait, there is this really big time save. Wow, he lost 30 seconds right here. But I kind of doubt it. I think it's probably, oh, he lost like 3 seconds there. That boss was bad RNG. He lost like 3 seconds. Oh. Okay. Okay, that works. Oh. I think as we fully practice for GDQ, I should learn a full backup for if I get spotted by Monk, which is like, should never happen. Super worst case scenario. You'd have to like make a big mistake, but ooh, in the green. I think I should learn that, just in case. Green, easy. Would that even be worth it to spend time on? Yeah, to learn, yes. Not to, like, practice. We wouldn't spend an hour on it, but 5-10 minutes, absolutely worth it. Like, at GDQ, I don't care about 5 seconds, but I do care about, what do I do? How do I even continue the run? There we go. Nice. I mean, it's quite a common thing to mess up when you're learning the game initially. It is super rare to have her spot you once you learn it, unless you're trying to be very risky. Like, probably less than 1 in 1,000, but it is not that it has never happened before. Ooh, a nice double lightning? Don't mind if I do. But, like, yeah, having a complete backup for the worst case scenario for every boss is always a good idea. There are some where the backup is, I'm just going to load a save and do it normally a second time. But anywhere it's not that, like, necessary, any place that you can continue the run, I think it's worth it. And he was so kind today. That was, yeah, very kind. Somehow, still lost time to my PB, because my PB was my gold. Right, which was the literal best Genny I've ever seen anyone get ever, right? Wasn't that my PB? Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Where it was double lightning and into a deflect death blow. Why do you go in that corner after? Because if you time it just right, you can make the loading after the cutscene of Genny slightly faster. Which doesn't actually matter for in-game time because loading is not counted against you. But technically, I could save all of us precious a single second of our real life. I think it might even be like half a second. It's like nothing, and it doesn't count against you. But it's might as well do something while waiting there. That was interesting. We're probably gonna need to do an extra attack now. Yep. Had to do one more. It was weird. He didn't get the, like, confetti stagger a second time. So I was confused and wasn't sure if my attack was going to kill him, so I did one extra attack. I could have just trusted that he would have died anyway, but did not want to mess that up. I'd rather lose one attack than lose the run. In the 1980s, taxonomists realized that fish as a legitimate creature of category do not exist. Interesting. If these runs go well, are they basically hitless? With a few places that we intentionally get hit. Other than that, yeah. A good run will be basically hitless. We'll probably have somewhere in the realm of like 5 to 10 total hits taken in the run. For a good run. For a world record run, it might be down to like... Well, because you're always gonna get hit to Genny at the start. You're always gonna get hit to Bull in order to kill him quickly. You're always gonna get hit at... hopefully at least once or twice on Genny to do lightning reflex. So yeah, even a good run is getting hit at least like 5 times. Oh, also once on Sword Saint for lightning as well. Yeah. Roberto! This is your favorite Sekiro category, I'm assuming, right? I actually think it might be my least favorite. It's definitely not my favorite. And, like, it's not that I hate this category. I just think all the Sekiro categories are so goated. I feel like this one might be my least favorite to run. It's one of my more favorites to watch. Watching it is really good. But it's so much and so random. I'm not a big fan of longer runs in general. And especially in glitchless runs, so much of your success can be determined by what attacks the enemy happens to give you. Well, that's unfortunate. Like there, we just lost like 10 seconds just from, just got RNG spun on as I opened the door. It happens. And I think that's, you know, that gets a little bit exacerbated on long runs. That's part of why I'm not as big of a fan of long runs. I don't think I inherently mind long runs, but it's like the more parts of RNG that you throw into the run, the less I'm likely to like it. And this run, for having all of the bosses, has all of the RNG. Of course, that doesn't mean it's not skill-based. It's obviously very skill-based. Like, the good runners on their worst runs will beat my PB because they are just that good. But it's, you know, it's disheartening. It makes it less fun to grind out and get better when you feel like a lot of your success is outside of your control. Even though if you learn it well enough, you've got backups on backups on backups and nothing's that bad. Dark room glitch. Like, it's more of a mindset thing than the run actually being super terrible or anything. Take it. We got the one partial on the first MD, and otherwise that was a good fight. Yep. 1 hour is not a long run. Persona, Final Fantasy, GTA, RDR is long runs. Yeah, it just like it is longer than the other Sekiro runs, so I like it less than the other Sekiro runs. Not that it is an absurdly long run. It's just, of all the Sekiro runs that I know, it is the longest one. Like, it's still shorter than a Lies of P any percent glitchless. Which one is your favorite run then? I don't know if it's still Shura no air swim. Historically, it has definitely been Shura no air swim. The new route I like a little less than the old route. So it might now be just Shura restricted, which is kind of like your quote-unquote regular any percent type run. Glitches and all. But, like, it's gotta be one of those two. Immortal Severance no air swim is also pretty fun. Immortal Severance Restricted, though, is kind of boring with the air swimming for, like, 5 entire minutes. What is restricted about the run? You can't use force quits. You can use every other glitch, but you cannot force quit the game. Meaning Alt F4 to, like, fully close the program. Which in itself kind of isn't really a glitch per se, but it can activate certain glitches, and a lot of runners argue that it's outside of the bounds of the game itself to, you know, cause a glitch by closing the game instead of causing the glitch inside of the game. So it's put off into its own category if you want to do force quits. Which on principle, I'm like, eh. Feels to me like any other glitch. But it does make for, like, kind of better runs with that ruling. So I'm okay with it. What kind of glitches? Specifically, it's a wrong warp glitch. Meaning one where you're in a certain position, you activate the glitch, and then you're suddenly somewhere else where you're not supposed to be right then. That works. We got the headshots. We didn't get the most lucky attacks, but we got all the headshots I wanted, so happy with that. Guardian Ape has Los Plagas in it. Los Plagas. Gloria Los Plagas. Jump MD equals empowered MD? I think I don't remember. As far as I have been told, that's correct. I haven't tested the damage myself, but as far as I have been told, the numbers in the code for jumping Mortal Draw and empowered Mortal Draw are the same, which is both 50% higher than regular Mortal Draw. Gold! They're gonna be running with a real-time timer as it gets closer to GDQ. Yes. I'll be running with a real-time timer. And we'll be practicing with all of our safety strats in play. Right now, I'm doing it with no safety strats, and honestly, we've still been able to finish no resets very, very consistently. So when we add in the safety that we have, like, it should be very, very safe. And then obviously we'll also have backup saves just in case. But yeah, I will run with a real-time timer. Oh! Well, that's not supposed to happen. What did I do? I guess I just jumped early? Did I, like, go a different path? That felt weird. Nice. Nice. One. That's 2. 3 is another spam. 4 is an insta-skip. And 5 is a spam. 3 insta-skips. 1 insta-skip. And a spam to the cutscene. That door is a menace. Who would win? One great shinobi, your father who taught you everything you know. Or one sturdy wooden object. The hole never taught us dead angles. But he is dishonorable enough. He'd probably use them. He just hasn't figured them out yet. We're on the forefront of dishonorable technology. Thing. 2, 4, 5, 1, 2, block this. Perfect. Okay. Seemed like a good timing. It was. Nice. All right. Is there a mod to replace the boss's audio with samples from the hit TV show Monk? You know, you could always look on Nexus mods. Who knows? Unlucky. Yep. Double unlucky. Please no triple unlucky. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Down 2, up 2. Not bad. It ain't easy being green. I mean, feels like it's easier than being red, but... Down one, down one? Yeah, it was down one, down one. works. Okay. We'll take it. We'll take it. Spooky, but I got the deflects I wanted. First time seeing this run, this pathing is crazy. Yeah, yeah. It's pretty interesting. Down 2, down 1. And describe how scary this guy is during the first run. Yep. Luckily, that's the one with the least health and actually ends up being the most scary. Because the other ones we have like a good plan for. Okay. Why do you use the confetti on Genny? Because it gives you a little bit more HP damage on your attacks. No extra posture, but just a bit of extra HP damage. And we end up killing him with HP damage because all of our attacks are unblocked. Nice. Okay. So yeah, our plan for this headless is pretty easy. Okay. You don't MD headless at all? It actually doesn't do very good damage because it doesn't get the confetti effect. Because it's a different sword. So it turns out that a regular R1 with confetti is better than a mortal draw without confetti. MD with confetti is no different. Yep, because it's a different sword. Yash does affect mortal draw, but not confetti. What's that extra tree there doing there? Perfect. Random lightning! Very cool! Oh boy, and now we get the wind with nothing we could have done about it. And this is not the attack I wanted either. Not the attack I wanted either. Yeah, that was the worst thing ever. I don't like I technically didn't quite hit the full mortal draws. I could have done slightly more damage, maybe saved just that last mortal draw, but 90% of that time loss was just due to really bad luck with nothing I could do. I still played that pretty well. No way! No way I jumped too late. Oh, the run is dead. Oh, really? I didn't land in time to dodge that? Oh, I should have gone for a mid-air deflect, I guess. I was afraid that mid-air deflecting, though, was going to have me land and be unable to dodge when I landed. Oh, man. Well, rip the run. I mean, the dragon already lost us about 30 seconds there, so even if I got that, we were going to be deep in the red, but man, that sucks. Honestly, it might have lost us more than 30. That might have been 40 seconds lost from dragon already. So we were definitely not going to be anywhere near green anymore. Just because of bad luck. So yeah, when I say that this might be my least favorite run in Sekiro, it's for like that. You play super well the whole run, and you get mega unlucky, and the run is over, and you're just like, well, that sucks. Oh, cool, game! And then we get the bug where the last dragon doesn't show up. Also, still not the attack I wanted to see. Not the attack I wanted to see there either. Random lightning again. Wind again. We're getting the same worst possible luck a second time in a row. I guess since we already don't need to save time, I can just heal. Finish it out for practice. Best possible time was 1:13. Yeah, we were on a pace. It was not going to maintain to the end. Like, there's so much time loss at the end. That's just going to happen. But, like, yeah, we were on a pace. For sure. I guess it's probably worth it to know that if he starts with exactly that opening, the random lightning is very likely to hit you there. So I should try to avoid that as best I can. Okay, we would, I think, have enough for the confetti we need, but I'll pop a money bag just in case. Because I think we only need 3 from here. But 6 is definitely more than enough. That's a good Shigekichi. Will I run again today? Yeah, of course. Still got plenty of time left. Demon time? Not quite yet. There's a little ways till demon still. Ow. Nice. Nice. guess that's fine. I tried to do a running firecracker and I just missed the button or something. Okay. Some curryverse. Ooh, that sounds good. Is Wolf's memory of Harada screwed up from his initial death? Something like that. I don't think we know the exact, like, explanation of all the whys, but... we do know that at least one of the memories is definitely very not accurate. Possibly both. Okay, no jump for me. What do I need a jump for? It's a prosthetic skill book. If we don't have two prosthetics by the time the sculptor disappears, you can just use the stump where the sculptor was to equip prosthetics. Which is how we equip our finger whistle. Okay. That lone shadow is sure chasing me. Beautiful, perfect. Nice. Big time save there. Okay, that'll do. Oh.
Hydrate.
Works. Guess I can probably hydrate while opening the double door. Yep. Okay. I don't know why I'm like, you know, so locked in like this is a real PB run, even though it's tied, but it does make for better practice. Weird. Somehow my lock-on locked off. Good. 0% PB chance does seem a tad low. No, we got this. Easy. Yare! That's a good Ishin. Bro's as tall as kneeling Ishin. True. Okay, cool. Thank you for the grapple. Okay. Ishin's aura just makes him seem taller. That's gotta be it. Tree block down. Other than that, it was a good demon. If the tree did not block, that was gonna be an A+ fight there. Okay. Don't worry, we can still PB. We just need the rest of this to take negative a minute.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Okay, what a rude thing for you to do. Just starting with the teleport so I get the least time to hit you. I don't understand wall jumps. Nobody understands wall jumps. Thanks. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. We're finishing up what would have been a PB run if only Dragon had given us good luck. But alas. How did the Lies of P go? Any new records? Oh, some Bloodborne in. Oh, nice. I've got to watch you do that run some. There it is. Time 1:18:46, and we lost 4 minutes to dragon trolling. So it would have been with a perfect dragon, which we didn't get. But if it had been a perfect dragon instead of the worst dragon, it would have been a 1:14:46. So would have been PB in sub 1:15, but is what it is. 3 extra confetti? Yep. We have some extras at the end. Because I just buy more than enough. 7 hours of Bloodborne, but decided to kill an hour by testing the Arlie with Rapier guard parries. It's pretty good, but nothing beats Glaive. Gotcha, gotcha. Getting frustrated with the RNG. With the Glaive on that fight, was hoping the Rapier gave more agency over the fight, which it does, but the Glaive is just so much faster. Just gotta get lucky. That is how speedruns go. For a bit there, you were smurfing hard. Yeah. It's a PB in our hearts. Let's see what it was in real time. Compare against real time. 1:23:26. So still 7 minutes ahead of, well, 6.5 minutes ahead of our GDQ estimate. So what about the skill book? We don't get the skill book if we don't have at least 2 prosthetics when the sculptor is present, right? But what if we don't pick up the 2 required for the skill book? Even when the sculptor disappears, you're locked out of it if we go pick up the 2 after he disappears, or does the book appear near the training guy? So the book actually appears after you get 3 skill books, or 3 prosthetics. Is it and equip them? I think it's and equip them. So I think it just drops there regardless. I think it just appears there. Because it appears there when the sculptor goes away. When at that time, we only have 2 equipped prosthetics. I'm not sure. Maybe it's when you have 3 in your inventory or 3 equipped. I forget. It's 3? I'm pretty sure it's 3. I'm like 90% sure it's 3. I just don't remember if it's 3 in your inventory or 3 equipped. I was pretty sure it was 3 equipped. So I think it might just drop on the ground even if you don't have any when Sculptor goes away. Dragon D's 4 minutes on your PB. That's what he did. It truly was. Truly could have been. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll do another one. So I will be right back. I'm back. Gaming. We're so gaming. All right. Another. Surely this time we won't get trolled by demon. But hey, I mean, like that was not demon. Well, also demon. Hopefully we won't get trolled by dragon. But that does go to show that I definitely have the capacity to PB here. Shows that I am good enough at all the strats that I can get a run where everything goes pretty cleanly except for one thing. So now we just need that one thing to go cleanly. Surely. But even though it seems like it should be equally likely for nothing to go wrong as for one thing to go wrong, or even that it should be more likely that nothing goes wrong than that one thing goes wrong, because it was very unlikely that dragon would troll there. Like, that was like very, very unlucky, very low % chance of that exact thing happening. Turns out that due to, you know, combinations, it is way more likely for at least one thing to go horribly wrong than for nothing to go horribly wrong. You can do it. And don't call me Shirley. Zoodle isn't here, so no good luck. Zoodle left! That's why the dragon trolled. Now we see it. All the soldiers you see jumping into Crow's room are just like, huh? They go back to patrolling. Nice. What's the record time? You can type exclamation WR to see. It's a 1:08:55 by Pumpkin 7. You have possible minutes of time save somewhere. I actually don't have any split that I can save minutes on. I do have... I think I can save like 20 seconds or 30 seconds on Dragon or something. I don't think it's 30, but it's maybe like I can save like 20 seconds on Dragon. I think I can save like 15 on like Demon. Like there's some places where I can save, you know, a few tens of seconds, but nowhere where I can save minutes. It's all just little time save. Oh, really? Well, I am apparently bad. Try that. But I'm bad in a way that's continuable. Or not. Well, that's rare. I mean, we'll send Double Canyon. We'll send Double Canyon to try to make the time back. That's very rare, and usually when you get shot, it doesn't matter. Oh, I got the hard part. I missed the easy part. Got the frame perfect jump. Missed the follow-up wall jump. Should have had it. Was one frame too early on the wall jump at the bottom. Despite popular stereotypes about unwashed gamers, Mitch is indeed washed. Well, being washed is how you become clean, so it's step one. You must be washed to become clean. Like that is a motivational quote. Yep. Go for it again. Like, I'd much rather learn a slightly YOLO strat on another boss than go for Double Canyon. Like, we spent, you know, 2 hours or whatever practicing Lone Shadow, and we get to save as much time on Lone Shadow as Double Canyon would save. At least approximately. And that's through skill and not through effectively randomness of pressing the button on the exact perfect frame. So if I just did that on another boss where I learn another good strat that saves as much time, then that would generally be a better bet. Our True Monk strat saved 5 seconds. Nice. You must be washed to become clean. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Or the Art of Gaming. Okay, that was rude of you. That's... Yep. That was really not what I was hoping for from that general. Oh well. Surely this ogre makes up for it. Our best ever super gold. Not only the best we've ever done, but the best we ever will do. The best that ever would be possible in all realities. Or not, or I risk it for the biscuit and we're one hit away from the stagger. I had to though. I had to. We were behind. I had to risk it. The world record guy do some kind of special skip or something that you don't? No, just a lot of little things. Well, I mean, depends on what you count as a special skip. There's double canyon skip, which I've explained, you know, several times. It's not worth the risk until you're at literally world record level. And I don't mean figuratively world record level of like, well, I want world record in the future, so it's worth it for me now. I mean like, unless you are literally, no, I'm second place, I'm going for world record. It's not worth it. There's YOLO Owl, there's YOLO Lone Shadow Duo. There's resetting over and over and over again for a perfect Gyobu. There's probably different Genny dead angles to get him into the corner with slightly more damage. Actually, maybe not, because you need the confetti. I'm not sure about Genny. There might be nothing, there might be something. There's a slightly different True Monk that saves 1 deflect's worth of timing. Which I don't know how much that actually is, but... There's no prayer beads. There's no picking up the money bags that I used on the last run to make sure I had enough confetti. Oh, there's equipping the prosthetics later to save 1 warp, but you have no extra emblems, like at all. If you die and have to redo a single fight, you're just out of emblems. Which, at this point, if I did die and redid a fight, I'd probably not get PB anyway, so that one might be worth it. This is not where I wanted you to go. Only lost 3 seconds, though. Not the worst thing. There's resetting if something like that happened. If world record lost 3 seconds here, you bet they'd have reset. Oh, there's lock-on tutorial, which saves like half a second. Gotchinless Ogre, that's right. Saves you a Gotchin pickup later. Isn't really faster for the Ogre fight itself, but does save you a Gotchin pickup later. Maybe even does Gotchinless Monkeys, because I think Gotchinless Monkeys is actually just faster. But I'd have to check the record for if they do that. That might still be too risky for even world record. There's probably more that I'm forgetting as well. Like, there's just a lot of, like... Just a lot of things like that, where... Kind of small time differences, but they add up. That was an excellent Gyobu. Possibly my gold? It's not the fastest possible Gyobu, but it was way better than the ones I've been getting. Colleen. Are we not gonna send this 115 run? I'd like to get the under 115 and then just send that, but the current one I'd have to ask gold by 2.5 seconds. Sheesh. The current one I'd have to ask the other moderators if it would be accepted, because I had a sponsor overlay on that covers a little bit of where you would see the buffs. So yeah, I'd have to ask the other moderators whether we allow that. I'm not making an executive decision of like, yes, it's allowed because it's my run. Nor am I going to be like, no, it's definitely not allowed because it's my run. Ah, of course. Yeah, rip run. Man. I guess you can't PB on a gold Gyobu. The Gyobu giveth, the bull taketh away. Ah. Okay. I accidentally pressed attack one too many times, which normally is fine because you can cancel it into a deflect, but this time somehow it was not in the cancelable frames. So I couldn't cancel it into the deflect. Okay. It's a bow and arrow as Wilder. It was very useful. See, I'm telling you. Mixed Iron Eye, both melee and ranged. I'm telling you. It's the GOAT. Unbeatable. And to do better if you just pick one, well, just get more practice with using both. Oh. If you've got a dex scaling weapon, it doesn't really matter that you're not two-handing it. And one-handed movesets are generally pretty much just as good as, like, power stancing movesets. So you're not really losing that much over, you know, power stancing either. You are losing a little bit either way. You're losing a little bit of damage, not two-handing, and you're losing a little bit of damage, not power stancing. But there's very, very little downside to having a melee and a ranged in one in each hand. And the upside is huge. Shows you're playing Executor and she's playing Iron Eye. Yep. Have you played Sekiro, Chip? Oh, come on. I do worse with Iron Eye in general. Don't know why Wilder clicks better for me. I guess even though I'm not a bonk enjoyer, I'm better with bonk weapons because their easy mode don't at me. Sure, yeah. Agree. Wilder with some bonks is great. I wish they just remove Raider's unique moveset. Raider could actually be as good, maybe better, maybe even better than Wilder, potentially. If they would just remove his unique moveset that just makes him worse with all the weapons you're supposed to use with him. Yeah, you should play Sekiro. It's Executor, but like way better. Way more satisfying. Fighting mechanic is just that cool that people will play a bad character. Yep. I mean, I'm glad that people are starting to wake up to how fun it is. Because I feel like a lot of people didn't really, like... I mean, some people just didn't click with Sekiro, but other people I don't think really gave Sekiro a chance. They were like, oh, this is different. I don't want this. But, like, you put it into the context of an Elden Ring game, and they're more willing to give it a chance, and they see just how, oh, this is fun. Even if the actual class cohesion of Executor is completely non-existent. Feels like 4 separate people designed the class. One designed the stats and the weapon that it has, which feel like they fit together. One designed the passive, and that one was, I don't know, asleep on the job. Was late to turn in their passive and just had to write something down. Gold! One made the active and didn't understand the assignment and was not put in contact with the balancing team of how to make something actually usable and strong rather than a liability. And one worked on the ult and just, you know, really liked dogs. And none of them communicated with each other whatsoever. The dog is so funny. Nice. You had to let the beast out. Whoa, that is not a normal attack you do in that situation. That was a weird ogre, but not a horrible ogre. Not a good one, just weird. Take it.
They could have just slapped bleed to the curse blade as a passive, or added a mortal blade effect to it after a certain condition.
Yeah, look, we all know. Everybody in this chat could have come up with a better design for Executor than what they went with. Like, it's just, it's absurd and silly how poorly it all fits together. Like, the passive almost would make... Like, it still wouldn't make any sense, but maybe it's like, even if you deflect things, you still get status build up. So, like, oh, you don't take damage, but you still take status, so now that's why you've got the passive, where when you get status effect, you get the thing... I don't... It's just none of it makes sense together. Just... Not even, like, thematically. Or like, aesthetically, or... It's just all so weird. No, why do you run? Why do you resist? It was almost a really good Gyobu. If we got one more deflect before he spun the sword around and we killed him, we broke his posture on the sword spinning, that could have been really good. Instead, he trolled and ran away and lost us like 5 to 10 seconds at the end. Died to Gyobu and made it just in time. Nice. Not sure if they can make it good without making it OP. The current implementation seems like a really weird way of accomplishing that. I mean, of course you could make it good without making it OP. Well, this is, it's bad. It's maybe not a full rip run, but it's bad. Like, if you just let Executor deflect with their regular weapon out, it would not be OP. That just wouldn't be OP. Giving a cool defensive tool that's harder to use than Guardians, but with less downsides than Guardians, because it doesn't, like, continually drain your stamina, would be perfectly fine. You could put that as the passive, and it would be as good as Guardian's passive. Really experienced players would be able to utilize it better than Guardian's passive, but for your average or especially below average player, Guardian's passive would probably do them better. Whoa, no. Well, now the run's definitely dead. I was better off not grappling to that, but I don't know why the wall jump didn't work. So you could start from there. You could start with just, okay, we start with passive, you can deflect with weapons. Or shields or whatever, you just have the ability to deflect. And that would already make, okay, that's a good passive, but not an overpowered passive. Then you make an active that's good but not overpowered. For example, if you deflect enough times, you build up a charge of that special yellow attack. And that yellow attack, like, honestly, is, like, really weak as is. So you could buff it and you could tune it to be the right amount so that it's a powerful active, but not an overpowered active. Which, like, you know, you could also tune, instead of you only need to deflect 4 times to charge it up, maybe it's you need to deflect 10 times, because otherwise you'd have it up too often. Which I don't think it would be, because, like, Iron Eyes is up all the time, and Iron Eyes is broken good. So, like, I really don't think you'd ever make it better than Iron Eyes. But if you were, like, we're really worried about it being too good, you could make the damage on it not too high. You could make it take a good number of deflects so it's not up all the time. And then you could have a good, but not overpowered, active skill. And then for the ultimate, I say just... the dog just doesn't need to be there. I say just give them, like... I think what would be the coolest and most thematic is, like, you hold your ult to enter a sheathed stance, and then when you get hit in that, it, like, counter hits the enemy for big damage. Roughly equivalent to the damage of, like, the Iron Eye ult or the Wilder ult. Somewhere in between there. But it's unique because it you know, activates when the enemy hits you instead of you just blasting it at the enemy, while still providing that defense of, if the enemy's doing something really powerful that you want to avoid, you can press it before that attack hits you, and you can avoid the damage by doing this cool big counter. And again, would that be an overpowered ultimate? No, you just balance the damage of it correctly. So I think you could very easily make it have a good but not overpowered passive, a good but not overpowered skill, and a good but not overpowered ultimate. I don't see how that design would be too good that it would be broken. I also don't see how that design would be so bad that it's unplayable. I think that would be, like... I think that would work in all ways. FromSoft hired this guy. That's what I'm saying. Irony. I'll fix Executor. Really? I was so sure I was behind him. How much time does that lose?
Imagine an Executor ultimate with a death blow animation style counter. Now that would be cool.
A death blow animation style counter. The problem is, you'd have to program that in for every different enemy in the game. Which, like, they did for Sekiro, but, like... the number of enemies and bosses and Night Lords and Night Rain, I feel like that would... that's a little asking too much. It would be really cool, but I feel like that's asking a little too much. I was just thinking, like, you know, I am the storm that is approaching. You just, like, Omni Slash through them, put your sword away at the end, and then it, like, explodes for massive damage. Will they even update the classes, though? No. This is all just wishful thinking. This is all just Oh, I wish they would do this. Oh, it'd be so nice. But no. Executor will remain the way it is. And that could be the cursed sword. Honestly, the cursed sword should be the ultimate. So that way you can have the same animation every time of him like unsheathing and like putting the sword away. And it can be like this cursed sword can only be drawn, you know, once every so often because otherwise it would kill the user or something. Like, it even would make sense, like, cursed sword, like... I mean, technically you don't have to make it that, because it's not like Iron Eye has lore on why he can't just fire big arrow all the time, but, like, you could. The lore would be right there, ready and waiting. Could even, you know, keep the name and the model of the cursed sword. Don't we know what the update cycle will look like for Night Rain? Different director, different type of game, lots of unknowns. That's true. I feel like a fundamental change to the entire class like that, though, I feel like they'd be very unlikely to do. Because as much as I think the Executor is a complete failure in design, compared to what it could be, I'm sure there are some people that have, you know, grown fond of the current Executor, and if it changed, would be sad, even if it's something that I think everyone would have liked more if they had originally released it that way. Like, it's hard to make those big fundamental changes without doing something like what Final Fantasy XIV did, where they took the entire servers offline and rebuilt the entire game from scratch. Night Reforged. I don't know why stream abruptly ended last night. Because my internet died. It just randomly went out. It was out for around 5 minutes. But when it comes back up, the YouTube stream doesn't automatically restart, and I couldn't figure out how to get it to start again without ending the Twitch stream again, and it was a big hassle, so I ended up just kind of calling it for the night. Not just because the YouTube stream couldn't work, but it makes me stressed out whenever the internet is going out. It takes my mind off of focusing on the run if I have to constantly be checking every so often that the internet hasn't gone out. And I knew that, you know, the YouTube stream wasn't gonna see if I got a cool new PB, and I don't know. lucky attack from him. I almost recovered that and got him to the corner. I think even getting kicked in the face, I still think we save a little bit of time over my PB. We still do, yeah. Just because that strategy is so much faster. That even when it fails pretty spectacularly, you still save time. Wait, stream... Oh my gosh. Internet, please. Comcast. Let me stream. Oh, that was not good. Yep. FPS. Yeah, I don't... my upload is just... Remember how I said my upload isn't... like... is horrible, and anytime it drops a bit, we drop a bunch of frames? That's what's happening. I'm not fully disconnected, but my upload right now is so bad that it's dropping a bunch of frames. So you guys effectively are watching in like 30 frames per second instead of 60. And you probably also will hear this like a minute or two later. If at all. Why must I play so well? Like 3 minutes behind on YouTube. Holy. Weirdly, decently good Genny. Despite doing stuff that kind of should have been horrible. Gold Genny, in fact. We're so back! Hooray! We're so back! I guess refresh if you want to not be on a delay. We do feel somewhat back. Okay. Time for gold. Oh yeah, what a time to be alive. Yo, thanks for the good luck, Soroxy. Nice. Gold by half a second. Sheesh. I kind of played that full risk. I was like, I can definitely gold this. Maybe not the way I should play it every time, but it did work. Refresh from you talking to Kuro. Now you're fighting the Shinchaman. Yep. That stream did get very delayed. I mean, I do know that a lot of streamers get business internet set up so that they can have better internet than us plebs. I wonder if that would be an option. Because, like, my brother also works from home, so, like, maybe it's worth it for... I don't know. I don't know how expensive that is. That's like 10 times as much. It is supposed to be for a whole business. The crickets, watch out! Chris still on the 17-minute delay. Chris, wake up. You've been in a coma. We all miss you. You've missed so many events. You missed SGDQ. You've been gone for so long. Refreshed and I heard woke up. Classic. Ah! Very cool. I love when the spinnies spin. It's called a direct line. You get your personal public IP, so there's no middle router. Didn't mean to take the death blow, but it's not that bad. And for the dark room bug. Impressed you consistently die there? That's never happened to me. Yeah, it must be a skill issue on my part. Honestly, I don't consistently die there. It's like 20% of the time, maybe. It did just happen twice in a row, though, so. Usually only businesses where even small delay causes problems like banks will take it. Interesting. Because, like, I don't actually care that much about delay. It's fine if my data is a little delayed. I just need it all to go through reliably, consistently, without dropping. And have enough upload that I could eventually upload a video. I tried to upload some VODs to get to my editor, and that was not happening. An 8-hour VOD would have taken more than 8 hours to upload. And by the time that you are waiting 8 hours and theoretically it uploads, it would find some way to fail because Comcast isn't reliable enough. I tried uploading the same VOD like 4 times and I just could not get it uploaded before it would find some way to fail. Nice. A VOD is what we use to refer to the whole stream as like one video. In the world of streaming. So like instead of, you know, oh, I'm gonna upload to YouTube a, you know, half an hour mega cut of the stream where it's just the funniest and the coolest moments. It's like, yeah, what if there was just 8 hours of video here? That's what we refer to as a VOD. Which might not be using the word correctly, but it's the way we use it.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Good. Good luck for fun for it, yep. Gold! Woo! Easy. Ooh. Nice. Is Sekiro the best game ever? In my opinion. In my IMO. Yes. Take it. I did not get the headshots I was looking for, but ended up just fine. I can't believe you've done this. Gold! Even without the headshots, so we can definitely re-gold Ape. Later down the line. Gold. Mm-hmm. Bathed in rays of gold. Three. What is the time for a speedrun without Mortal Blade? I don't know. There are people that do sword-only runs, but they're not on the leaderboard. Okay. Good. Count it out. Beautiful. Gaming. Seemed like a good time. It was. I've actually kind of learned the dive. Although I've learned it in the inconsistent way where I'm not actually looking at the lightning, so... if she mixes up the timing, I'll just be dead. Which she can do. Once had the lightning ball go through the wall and hit and kill you. Yeah, I think that can happen. I think it's just like based on the way that you normally swim, you usually avoid it. But yeah, I think that is possible. Because like I always see the lightning as we're swimming through there. It just doesn't get us. The split is well named. Yep, we do love the Fountain Headless. I mean, we don't love fighting it, but we do love the name. Down to, up to. Undercut by being the worst headless fight? Come on. It's the second least worst. It's clearly worse than the other underwater one, but it's less worse than all the above water ones. You don't even need confetti for it. Down, down. Oh, cool. I just don't get the death blow this time. Oh boy, this is a extreme disaster. Yep. Well, that never happens normally, but here we are. I mean, just lost us like 10 seconds. It's not... Oh, lost us like 20 seconds? I really did not think it was that bad. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, that sucks. I guess that does make sense, actually. Okay, cool. I knew it! Oh, the instant slam. Rip run. It's technically possible to continue only because I have the money bags, so I can buy more confetti. I will lose 4 minutes here, but it, maybe only 2 minutes here, because I just need to buy the confetti. So less time lost than I thought. But I do need to purchase these now. Okay. We were bathing in rays of gold. PB still possible? No, absolutely not. Not even close. Even if my splits technically say possible, it's not possible. luck. This thing is funny when he slams his head. Gold. Why doesn't it do anything? Because its AI gets turned off by a sequence of it being loaded and unloaded just from walking around the area that we're killing the other bosses in. It just happens. And the only way to stop it from happening would be to quit out, which is not allowed in the rules. So the headless AI turning off is just allowed, because in order to prevent that, we would have to break the rules. We could change the rules so that quit outs are allowed, and then we could ban that and say you have to quit out if you activate it, but that works. Cool. Not that it matters anymore, but... Oh, we got the mega slow dragon. He's stalled by an extra, like... What? He's still going? There's no way. I mean, it's not the worst dragon I've ever seen. It's the same as PB. But it definitely should have been faster. May have dragged on a bit. I guess grammatically you'd say. I guess, yeah, that fight did drag on a bit. Dragon Gamba is fun. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Let's go gambling with Shigekichi. Aw, dang it. I mean, Shigekichi actually came over immediately, but the gunners just did not shoot the box. I do not need to buy confetti here, though, which is a nice time save. Get my own dragon with blackjack and hookers. He didn't even get a partial hit from the explosion that time. Yeah, no, he just took no damage because it was so late. At least not a fake gold from the merchant skip. That's true. I mean, if it would have been a fake gold, I could have just, you know, waited around a bit till it was not a fake gold. Because it's not like this is going to be PB anyway. It's not like we need to save every second we can. Game? That was weird. Is Shigekichi strat that easily prone to RNG, or am I just a charm of bad luck? Because I've seen it not go according to plan more times than it actually did. No, that's just Shigekichi. That's just... Like, honestly, I consider any time where Shigekichi actually dies and I don't to be a success. Like, if I lose 10 or 15 seconds on Shigekichi, thank goodness we at least didn't lose the run. Self-death blow always makes me nervous with the Yash right before. It feels like it's gonna miss. It does feel like that, but it's very consistent. Okay. Nice. Oh, come me. Or look away when you use Mortal Draw so that they won't block it, so that it can do more damage. Or in other words, because it's faster. that's not what I wanted. I shouldn't have done that either. Well. Any Emma and Ishin also have some animal theme like wolf, owl, and lady butterfly? Not that I know of. Unless their name translates to some animal in Japanese or something. But I doubt it. Nice. Woohoo. Animal theme names are for something for the shinobis, whereas they are noble. I see. Something like that. That would make sense to me. Wonder why that didn't quite finish with the one mortal draw there. Oh well. Close enough. Bye, Dad. Is Emma a Japanese name or is it borrowed from another language? There are... Emma can be a Japanese word, at least. Ow! I believe that there's... Didn't get the 180 that I wanted. I believe at shrines, Emmas are things that you, like, leave at the shrine, like a well-wishing type of thing, if I remember right. Which doesn't guarantee that it's a name as well, but... Works. An offering. Yeah. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. A small wooden plaque. That's what I meant to say, but didn't put the words right. That you, like, write your sort of hopefully unselfish, you know, desire for, you know, I hope that my cousin, you know, has a wonderful, you know, wedding and has a long and happy life with their spouse or something. Wouldn't catch me wasting a wish on your cousins. Well, if it's something selfish about you, then I don't think it's supposed to, you know, happen. So, you better pick somebody else to make it about. I hate. I simply hate. Did he forget his other 6 spears at home? He must have. Stop circling around.
Good luck, bitch.
Thank you for the good luck. I guess that works. Barely. Likely originated as short form of names such as Ermengarde or Ermentrude. Interesting. All the other spears are here, so Ishin can pick it up whenever phase 2 starts. Ah, Ishin stole all the spears. Now it makes sense. Ishin, you're called the Sword Saint, not the Spear Saint. The best gets lower and lower. Yep. Slowly, slowly. But it gets there. Or the Glock Saint. Stop. All right, we take that. That works. Emma's name is spelled as Emma, which is a Japanese name, and using it in European spelling is just a translation quirk. Huh. Works.
I have suffered 2 nights with insomnia. Does anyone have a drink? I require ample pressure applied to my temples. Any takers?
What up, Leona? I don't know that there's going to be any takers for that. Unseen aid, Pog! Now we can PB now that we got unseen aid. But now we've seen the aid, so now it'll go away. Might have been too early? No, we're good. Okay. Time. Gold. Okay. 117.31. We're in real time. 122.20. 7.5 minutes under our GDQ estimate. And, like, really, it was a solid run. The general after Ogre was terrible. And then, obviously, the headless after Ogre was terrible. It was a minute 45 swing, which, even without that, enough other things went wrong, we wouldn't have gotten PB. Like, the 7 spears was terrible. The Lone Shadow duo was terrible. Was that a full death and redo? I think it was. Right? That was a full... Was it? That might have... I think it was. I think it was a full death and redo. If it wasn't for both or all 3 of those, we would have had a PB. But yeah, that was gonna be tough no matter what. Oh, also, that's in real time. Sorry, in game time. Yeah, it was. We lost. Yeah, a minute 40. In-game time, and then we lost another 30. So it would have been real close, if not for those 3. It would have been very close to PB. It was a lot of gold. We did have a good amount of golds. Okay. One more. Or sleep. Now, I did get up early today. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm feeling a bit on the tired side, but I could power through. One more as a treat. One more as a treat. But if we reset, then that it is what it is. One more as a treat. Well, not if it's like a super early reset. One more always means after you get past, like, bull-ish. One more as a treat. One more, but blindfolded. Well, jump gonna fail. Well, that doesn't really count as one. Also, well jump not gonna fail, so... Now you feel silly. I will, however, get shot here. Just kidding. half turned though. Oh. Well, that's one way. That's we could just have the guy hit me when he you know, really normally does not. But that was not the one more, by the way. That was not the one more. That was not, stream's not over now. Stream's not over. That's not the one more. I specifically said that gets passed like bull. I specifically mentioned this. See, it's gotta make it past bull. Gotta make it past bull. The guy there didn't get the specification. Silly him. Silly him. Plink and plink. We'll give you a little shock.
Jar-jar, tick-tock. Mitch is on the clock. And he appears to be nothing but talk. Jar-jar.
What? No, I'm so much more than talk. Like, he asked permission if he could hit me. He did not. That was very rude. I'm canceling him. Okay. Oh, Kuro full turned. That is not supposed to happen. Well, this run's gonna be off to a horrible start. Yep. We did get well jumped, so... If he returns but as an NPC, do you think he should get voice acting? No. I think it would ruin the vision of P that I have in my mind. You should go up, you should press the interact button, and it should just show 3 dots, and that's it. Oh yeah, it's lying time. My bad. What's the damage? Alright, there's only one thing that can fix this pace. Good bull? Pfft, no. Good bull would gain us back like 2 seconds, because I already had a good bull in my PV. Oh yeah. It's get the delayed jump and have it not let you get a forward wall jump on double canyon time. Oh yeah. It's do all the right inputs and have the game do its weird thing where wall jumps just don't work properly because I don't know why. Time. Yeah, we love that. Alright. It's just rubbing it in my face that wall jumps really do not work in this game. It's like a reference to Super Mario, but instead of wall kicks will work, it's wall kicks won't work. Oh, how many runs I would have had through this game if wall kicks just worked. They're supposed to not work, though? But why? Why are they supposed to not work? Wouldn't we all just be happier if they just worked? Sekiro just got the Night Rain 1.0 jump patch. I wonder if... This is probably not the case, but I wonder if they kind of copy-pasted the code from Sekiro into Night Rain, and then only once, you know, everyone was using it like that, did people realize, like, whoa, this does not... there's something wrong with this. And they fixed it, and they haven't... then obviously they're not going to go back and patch Sekiro with that. But I wonder if they used the wall jumping from Sekiro as a base, and that's why it was initially so wonky. I mean, probably not. The animation feels pretty different in that game, but... imagine? Frustration equals FromSoft design principle. Well... I'd like to think that's not the case. That it's, you know, challenge as opposed to frustration. And you could get frustrated by the challenge, but that the design element is challenge, not frustration. I like to think, at least. I mean, they must. It's like almost identical, isn't it? Is it? I feel like it looks a little different. Game director worked on Sekiro combat, didn't they? They might well have gone back and scavenged code. I mean, that is what FromSoft likes to do. They do like to scavenge code, so maybe. Maybe. Works 50% of the time, every time. The game director worked on all the game's combat, which is so weird, though, that the combat in Night Rain, I mean, in general, some of it's, like, cool. Like, you know, the skills and stuff like that is cool. But, like, it does not rise to the level of Sekiro whatsoever. Like when, you know, like we talked about with Executor. And I don't feel like the bosses rise to the level of Sekiro either. Like the new ones that they added. And the revamped ones. Maybe he didn't work on the boss designs, though. Just the combat? Like, in general? I don't know. Come on. I don't think they reuse assets. I mean, they definitely reuse assets. That's the entirety of Night Rain, is reused assets. Sekiro's still the most fun I've had in a FromSoft game. Same. With how much they reuse stuff, Sekiro is just a total anomaly, reusing nothing and having nothing reused. Sekiro's Activision's IP, that's why. I doubt it. I think they've reused stuff from Bloodborne, despite that being Sony's IP. I'm pretty sure they've reused random, you know, pillars and arches and stuff from Bloodborne. They didn't reuse anything from Bloodborne ever? Huh, maybe not then, I guess. That seems like a really bad deal then. So they're also not going to be able to reuse anything from the Duskbloods? I mean, those companies got to be paying big bucks for that then. But also, they literally self-published Sekiro in Japan. From Software is the publisher in Japan. It's only Activision in the US. Well, maybe just outside of Japan. I believe that's what I heard. So I don't think Activision can own Sekiro if they didn't even have exclusive publishing rights. Sekiro is from Soft's IP. See, Wormdog knows. Bought back Elden Ring rights from Bandai too. They're a bigger company now post Elden Ring. Ah. Do you plan to try out Duskblood? I don't know. I don't know. I don't currently own a Switch 2. I don't currently have any reason that I really want to buy a Switch 2. I'm not that into, like, Mario Kart. So if it's another, I have to buy an entire console for a single game, that's a tough sell. Especially because of all the games that I could buy a single console for, I am, like, the least excited for the Duskbloods. PvP, online only. Handheld only. So I can't use, like, keyboard and mouse or anything. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't want to, but, you know, if I feel like, business-wise, whatever, everyone's gonna want to watch the Duskbloods, and I'll be really missing out if I don't stream it, and, like, it'll pay back the amount that I spend on all of it, then, like, yeah, maybe. But, like, if I feel like I can get away with it and just do something else and not spend the money on it, I might just do that instead. I don't know. How did that attack miss? Okay. I have to use a controller, I know. Red third-party titles are not doing good on the Switch 2 at all, for good reason. Well, I mean, I don't think there's been... Has there been a third-party title on Switch 2 that's, like, new yet? Because I know of all the re-releases of Nintendo stuff, and I know of the release, the singular release of Mario Kart World, but... Has there been a new third-party title that's come out for the Switch 2? Not any big ones. So, yeah, I don't know that we have any data to say whether third-party titles would do well on the Switch 2. Because, yeah, if it's just buy it again, buy a game you already own again on the Switch 2, I can see why that would not do so well. As opposed to, here's a new game. Okay. The unlucky phase 1, but it didn't matter. We came through anyway and still got a pretty decently fast one. Excellent. Excellent, Gilbu. A nice RNG gold? Maybe. We just had a gold earlier today that I think was better than this. This is very good, though. But I think it'll be 1 or 2 seconds off our gold, which will still be the second fastest we've ever had. But we'll see. A tree sentinel even in Sekiro. Well, the cooler tree sentinel. .6 off our gold. Very close, though. Very, very close. You missed me. Well, that's fine, I suppose. Okay, now this is our last run of the night. Either we get it, or we don't. Full concentration. He says as he slightly messes up his menuing.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Did you instantly die here? Well, we could die to Lone Shadow. That is not an impossibility. It would be pretty cosmically ironic, given that it's the fight that we practice the most at the start of stream. Okay. I don't think that'll be a gold, but it'll definitely save time against PB. Or it will gold, just barely. Thank you, new strategy. And we can definitely still do better than that. Missed lamp skip. Reset. works. Okay. Don't need any more runs, because this is it. This is the run. Never knew you can deflect or grab attack? Yeah. It's, the only grab you can deflect, question mark? Maybe there's one more? I think somebody said you can deflect, like, a Genny grab, where he, like, punches you, I think. I'm not sure. You can deflect Genny's grab. There it is. Wormdog knows. We'll say there's like one more that you can, but I'm not sure. Okay. Cleanest Miss Noble fight. The most important fight. Could lose minutes there. Took you 300 tries. Only 300? Man. Must be the greatest gamer of all time. Took me at least 1,000. Okay. I hate these wall jumps in this game. It just doesn't matter how you angle them. It's just not gonna give you the forward jump. Snowball and Night Rain DLC would be cinema. True. Watching the world record run, I saw that Pumpkin didn't pick up the shurikens. How does he still two-shot the Shichiman 2? I don't know. He doesn't pick up the shuriken? I did not know that. I'll have to see what he does. I haven't seen that route. I'm probably not gonna swap my route because I'm very used to using the shuriken, but because yeah, we use it on Father Owl. There's a lot of places we use it. I mean, none of the places that we use it are, like, so necessary that you couldn't possibly cut it. But, like, you also wouldn't be getting... Well, would you still be getting the, prosthetic book if you don't get a third prosthetic? I actually have no idea. Oh, I'm so mad! Please. Okay. I'm gonna have to practice frontside dojo skip. Okami leader and Shichiman 2, yeah. He got the book. Oh, okay, so the book is just always there, regardless of whether you have any prosthetics. That makes sense. I had a hunch that that was the case, but I didn't know for sure. Nice. Sounds like I'm gonna need to watch the whole world record then. Hey, watch party? Perhaps. Doesn't use the AP from Demon as well. That one I did know about. That's been known for a while, but I don't want to take the chance. Like, you need to do, you know, like an extra hit on each phase of Headless, and, you know. I think I went too fast. No, I'm good. Nice.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. So it's like, yeah, it is faster not to use the demon memory, but it's just a little, it feels like a little risky to me. Like, I don't know. It's probably fine. I could probably just not use the demon memory and just save a little bit of time pretty much for free, but would you speedrun Overture? If I had time, I'd definitely consider it. Doesn't save much time, yeah. What does the Tonto do, by the way? You get 5 emblems for some health. Specifically for half of your maximum health. And so you have to have more than half of your maximum health left. So if you use a Yash sugar that sets your health to half, and then it wears out, and so you have exactly half, then Tonto will not work. Or if you die, every time you die, you resurrect with exactly half your health, so Tonto will not work. You have to be above half your health. And the 5 emblems that you get are like extra temporary emblems that go on top of your emblem count. So right now I have 15, but if I use Tonto, it would say 15 plus 5. So I'd actually have 20 available to use. It doesn't just like, you know, create emblems and then it's just like, oh, that's just it, and they go to your storage. It's like you have a temporary extra 5 that get used first. And you can reuse it up to 3 times before you need to rest at an idol to bring it back. Roberto! Does this game encourage you to have your health on half? Not really. It's like a high-risk, high-reward thing that you can do. It is not something that you should do when playing normally, most of the time. But, like, one thing you might do is cut your health in half using a Tonto before you fight something, and then heal back up using one of your healing gourds. So now you're back at full health, but you still have the 5 extra emblems. That's a common way that somebody would use it normally. I think that monk just teleported. Did anyone else see that? I think the monk teleported right behind me. Nothing personnel, kid. People use their emblems? Yeah. For free sugars. So that I can have infinite Akko sugar. Because that is absolutely how I used things casually. Infinite free buffs without consuming them so they're gone forever? Yes, please. Wanting to buy this game because I see that it is very good. I really like it. I think it's super fun. MD spam, that is a little bit of what the speedrun is, yep. And by a little bit, I mean kind of a lot of it, but it's still fun. You still get like dead angles and interesting strategies to, you know, line them up just right and things like that, but it is a lot of mortal drawing. Nice. MD free aim headshot spam. Yeah. Cool. The headless just ate too much sugar. What combat art do you like using casually? Ichimonji double. Just smack. And then optionally, again, smack. And it doesn't cost spirit emblems. Dragon Flash looks so nice. That is a cool one. What? Man. Okay, cool. And that comboed. I mean, technically, the run is not fully dead yet. It's only mostly dead. Now it's fully dead. Darn. What about Ichimonji triple? That's what we need. Well, rip. There were attempts. That's it for tonight. Yeah, but you can see how much better we're getting. Like we're now. It used to be like even just yesterday, I could never be green in the early game, and we've just gotten that little bit better, that little bit more consistent, and especially the new Lone Shadow strat that gives us free time save, is getting us, not always, but sometimes in the green in the early game, with time to save in the mid game. And also some in the late game, but like that one's harder. It's hard to truly save time in the late game, because there's so many places you could also lose back the time. But yeah. We're obviously getting better. We're obviously almost there to another PB sub 115. And next time we can probably also watch through the world record and see if there's any strats we want to steal. But yeah, that'll do it for us for the night. We'll find someone to raid here. Good progress. Yeah. And we had a run that literally was one. Yeah, that'll do it. Well, while Lil Aggie is offline, check out Mitriz. Who's that guy? Never heard of that guy. We had a run that was one boss fight away from being a PB. Is it relearning for a reason or just for fun? It's for summer games done quick. Working on a showcase. Yep, that's it. Working on a showcase to go for summer games done quick. You got it exactly. Let's raid. How about some Zoodle? Who's playing Night Rain? Deathless All Night Lords, back-to-back solo. The fun challenge that it seems like a lot of people are trying to do, but basically just because it's a really good challenge. I probably should do it at some point. Probably not until at least after SGDQ, but yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night or morning. Waiting the good luck charm, exactly. Have a good night or morning or afternoon or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Where can you find the current world record to watch? Speedrun.com. If you just go to speedrun.com, and search for Sekiro and go to the appropriate category, you can find it. But see you later, everybody. Bye-bye.